Come on.
In a world of steel, a giant stands, a mech with heavy pants commands, each step a quake, a thunderous might, eyes aglow in the endless night. A taint beneath, dark and vast, power fierce, shadows cast, a mighty taint beneath its core, a warrior spirit, ancient lore. Welcome, tainted, a lace-up tunic or medieval hoodie. Welcome, tainted, let's talk about color, or should we? Welcome, tainted, thinking outside the blocks. Welcome, tainted, thanks for joining us, you rock. Welcome, tainted, the venting of your fun hole rocks. Welcome, tainted, enjoy the chronicles of Dutch song. Welcome, tainted, thinking outside the blocks. Welcome, tainted, thanks for joining us, you rock.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us for Think Outside the Blocks, your official Brickworld live stream where we talk to you about thinking outside of the perceived rigidity of the Lego medium, but also how to think outside of your creative mental blocks. I, of course, am one of your hosts, Mark Larson, Chief Brick Officer of Brickworld, and this guy, the guy on my left, everybody's favorite host, Mr. Ben Hauger, Z Cerberus. How you doing tonight, sir?
I'm repping the Brickworld shirt.
You sure are.
And
Brickworld
the Crookshaven hat. It is a holiday weekend, so hopefully we'll get a good viewership here.
I hope so.
But yeah, it's been an exciting and interesting week.
Yeah,
and we're back at it at one of our favorite themes. One of the things we don't do a lot, but when we do it, we always get excited.
Yeah.
This is a Lego Crimes Week, Mark.
And since we have a viewer sensitive viewer warning tonight for our Lego Crimes Dark Edition, maybe we won't have as many people tuning in as normal because they've been warned that things are going to get a little dark tonight. In order to facilitate this, though, we need to bring in our special guest host tonight. Everybody, please help me in welcoming the amazing Girl Bricks a Lot, Nicole. Hey,
Hi.
how are you doing?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Dark crimes.
Dark crimes. Yeah.
Go
ahead.
I feel like we went with some silly crimes.
Mm-hmm.
We've had Lego Batman. We've had the explosive device for blowing up watermelons.
That was the best one.
We've had YouTube revenge with the maybe.
Yep.
We've had an amputee stealing Lego sets. We've
had
an
armed amputee.
An armed amputee. We've of course had Lego Man in the mugshots.
And
then of course
drug dealer.
Yes, and then of course the police department using the minifig heads over people's mugshots. We've had all of that on the lighter side. Today we're going a little heavy with some dark crimes.
We certainly are.
Yeah.
Before we get to that, let's check in with the Tainted, see how everyone's doing tonight. Looks like Rob Claxton was here at 2:45 p.m. Good 4 hours and 15 minutes ago. Thanks for joining us tonight, Rob. Unfortunately, Amy Schultz is not able to join us this evening because her friend Nix, she and Nix have been at the vet with Nix's dog since 11 a.m. He needed surgery to remove a blockage from his intestines. Hopefully we'll be home before you end. If not, catch us on replay. Really sorry you're going through that. A sick dog is one of the absolute worst things. Marty Becker joined us as a YouTube member this evening as he was waiting for the show to start. Thanks for becoming a member, Marty Becker. I believe you're on our list already, so I think maybe you were renewing, but if you've got a song request, we'll certainly play it for you. Appreciate the support very much. Alphonse is here. Ron Smith, channel member, is here. Al Goff is here tonight. Hey, Al, how you doing? Copper Valor is sort of here. Hey, Copper. Glad you could join us tonight for our Dark Lego Crimes episode. Alphonse says we are unruly viewership. Not sure about good. Yeah, unruly is fine. Brick Orphanage is here. Hey, look, their names are back, Ben. It's not their YouTube
I
handles.
know.
I didn't
That's
change
good.
anything. Did you?
No, I didn't touch a single thing.
It was just a glitch in the matrix last week. All right,
Yes.
Brick Orphanage is here. Alphonse says we've had Z Surfers shoplifting air. Were you shoplifting air?
I
Ben?
have no idea what that even means.
I don't either.
What have you guys been up to?
Air.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Proof or it didn't happen. Star Siblings Galaxy is here. Hi, I believe this is the first time you're joining us. Thanks for being here with us tonight. Look at this. Look who's here. It's London Bridge Bricks is here. Yeah, you're about to hit the hay. It's 1 a.m. And I was going to say, isn't it 1 a.m. in London? Glad you said hello. Please check back on replay if you are excited about dark crimes involving Lego. Brick Dad Builds is here, channel member as well, and frequent co-host. Hello to yourself. Papa Rex is here, channel member this evening. Friday Night Bricks is here. Hello everyone. Ventured down the stairs on my sore heel and turned on the computer. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Thanks for joining us tonight. Yeah. Appreciate that a lot. London Bridge Bricks also says, hey, Ben and Mark, Nicole, fun watching your British GP coverage today. What's that? What was that about?
The F1 race was today.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a good one.
British Grand Prix.
Okay, gotcha.
Alphonse was making sure we all remembered that last week I was accused of shoplifting. Wasn't Lego, but $3.91 of merch from a speedway. So yes, I did shoplift some air last week.
Let's see. And we had the NASCAR street race in Chicago today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was boring because it was the first time that it didn't rain. And it's so much fun to watch them spin out.
I love a rain race. I love a rain race.
Brick Dad is joining us from Twitch as well. Thanks for watching us on both platforms. Appreciate that. Marty Burke says somehow the membership didn't renew. I know mine did it where it was just like I got a new credit card and I updated it with YouTube, but each individual membership was still on my old credit card. So it does happen from time to time. I do understand that. Alphonse says last week's oh yeah, you already that. Jazzy Viking Bricks. Yep. Thanks for joining us tonight. Can't wait to see you this coming summer. And Brick Dad Bill says Z Fluffy was the criminal.
Yep, that was me, the criminal.
Infamous criminal.
Infamous. Well, all right. Now that we know who's here, what are we talking about this week, Mark?
I have an idea.
Know Lego crimes, but you know what our letter is this week?
F.
F. Correct. Today's show brought to you by F.
Yeah, so
4th of July and frequency for Switch 2.
Real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt, but as you go over what the run of show is, let's go ahead and get started without me because this is one of the rare occasions where I actually have to use the bathroom as the stream is starting.
Wow.
Only because I ate really fast just about a half hour ago. So unfortunately, got to go.
Yeah.
Bye.
We'll see
in a minute.
Yeah, rarest occasion today that we've ever had. Mark was the first one in the stream. That is almost never the case. It's almost
first
always
in,
me.
First out.
But it was him today. So we're going to talk 4th of July and frequency for Switch 2. Mark now has a Switch 2, and that's been exciting. We're going to talk Lego crimes in our fugitives section. Finally built. Did we get some MOCs done this week? Probably not. But we've got stuff to talk about anyway. Then we have a pile of Star Wars news, or well, all kinds of Lego news, but a lot of Star Wars. And then some other stuff too. Flowers, fabulous creatures, filled with coins, fairy bookends, they're not really fairies, and a Frankfurter castle all to talk about. Then we're going to talk 5 forgotten MOCs, 5 things. Forgotten maybe a little strong a word. What it should really just say is 5 more MOCs from Brickworld that we haven't gotten to yet. We are bringing back by popular demand, or at least because I decided we were bringing it back, our close call segment in Fickle Pickle, where we're going to choose between 2 options. In theory, it'll be a close call, but who knows? And then when will we be back for more Think Outside the Blocks? A fortnight minus 1 week. That's 1 week. Mm-hmm. So if you didn't know how to do the math, there you go. Alphonse says, is that a hot dog cancel? Yeah, we're going to talk about a hot dog castle. That's what we're going to talk about. So that's what's on the agenda for today. So let's start with 4th of July. Nicole, what did you do for the 4th?
I watched the parade, went on a boat, and ate hot dogs.
All right.
That's all
I did. Were there fireworks on the 4th of July for you?
There were fireworks are illegal here in Massachusetts, so I can neither confirm nor deny that we may have fired some off, but
Okay.
There might have been some fireworks. I don't know.
There was a thunderstorm where I was, and so they
Same.
canceled the big 4th of July firework spectacular and moved it to a different night. Certain fireworks are illegal in Minnesota, but they seem to get shot off anyway.
Yeah.
Not saying I shot them off, but there were some that were shot off.
Yeah.
Mostly on the 5th of July this year.
Yeah,
how
we're a
about you,
big
Mark?
3rd of July.
That's
3rd of July,
pretty
right?
common. Yeah, we had it from like June 28th until there was still some going off this morning. And I'll probably hear some tonight during the stream. Chicago is insane with their fireworks. We have Indiana, right over the border. So people go out there and you can buy fireworks there. You can't set them off there. There's a very odd thing. I lived in Indiana for a while, and we had a couple parties where we bought a bunch of fireworks and set them off. Not my favorite thing in the world, really. But my ex was like really into it. And the cop stopped by and said, you can't shoot those off in the state. And it's like, but you can sell them. It's very bizarre. But people go and get them like crazy. And there's so many going off at once in the city. The police can't really do anything about it because it's like everybody. And our neighborhood's very much like a war zone during the week surrounding 4th of July. And so is Cheeto's neighborhood. And Cheeto is extremely afraid of fireworks.
Yeah.
And so I took Cheeto and Orion to my sister's house in Naperville, which wasn't much better, but she has a basement. And we were able to put on Lego Star Wars Rebuild the Galaxy, which is actually really compelling storytelling. And it's almost like they had the team from Lego Batman or the Lego movie behind it, because it's just a cute original concept, not too annoyingly childish. And I mean, it's definitely aimed at kids, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. And it made me look at the Rebuild the Galaxy sets more differently, because I'm just like, what does Rebuild the Galaxy even mean? Why is there a Darth Jar Jar? That's stupid. And now I'm looking at them like, I might actually get these because I really like the characters in the show. And Cheeto slept. So what I learned about Cheeto is for her to be calm during fireworks, you have to be carotid to carotid. So you have to lay down, you have to get her head right here. And then I'm just pinned down for hours. So but at least the dog's not freaking out. But I got to swim in the pool all day until the fireworks started. I got to take them to the forest preserve. It was all in all a good weekend. I spent 4th of July alone, and I really, actually, as extroverted as I am, I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Did a 4th of July party yesterday. There were fireworks. There was a shrimp boil. There was all sorts of fun stuff. Great people. Had a Brickworld business meeting in the middle of it because person whose house it was works on developmental resources for the for her local elementary schools school board. And so we have a lot of introduced me a couple people at the party, and a lot of new ideas for Brickworld's low sensory hours and how to handle them and how to train people for them and how to avoid some of the problems we had with it this year. So it was, I don't know, it was a great weekend. Happy 4th to everybody.
Yeah. Jolyn says that her 4th of July is basement sorting time. She gets in the basement with the dogs and sorts Lego.
Turn on the box fans, turn on some music, drown it out. I mean, we have a basement here. I'm in the basement right now, but that window right there is the alley. And it's like
that's where it is.
Fireworks go off right outside that window sometimes. And so Cheeto can be down here and like feel all comfortable, and suddenly like half a stick of dynamite goes off outside that window, and it's just it's over for her. Like she's just like, she tries to climb up into this chair, which is a bar height stool. And she's like trying to climb on it while I'm like typing or like in a Zoom meeting. And I'm like, this is Cheeto. Matt husband is like really rough on desk chairs. And he always breaks the arms off. So I got him a big and tall chair, and he broke the back of it off. We got a great picture of him just like flat on the ground when the back gave out on him. And so he doesn't have a back to the chair now. So when Cheeto was getting afraid, it's a little bit different for me when I'm on a meeting with like, someone from the organization that runs our registration, or like somebody from, one of the vendors or a sponsor. And it's just kind of like Lego people. Dog is kind of more acceptable. For him to be on a call with the Department of Justice, or like with one of his clients who's like, he's a government compliance attorney, and Cheeto's head just keeps coming up. She's trying to get over his shoulder and get by his neck. And he's just like, hold on. It's like on my calls, everyone's just like, "Oh, cute, a dog," and on his calls, everyone's just like, "Are you kidding me?"
I mean, mine is like Velcro to my feet right now. She's not moving.
What kind of dog?
A thing. I don't really know.
I also have a thing.
They lie to you at the shelters.
Oh yes, very much so.
Like,
my shepherd mix down here, who's actually 9 different types of hound.
This is a shepherd mix, allegedly, but it
doesn't.
Oh,
sweet. They all just say shepherd mix.
Yeah, I'm like, this is it.
Aw, sweetie.
She's great, but she's scared. Like the last couple days with the fireworks, she's been like Velcro. Like she doesn't move. Right.
Ryan's pretty good with fireworks. She's sleeping right now, but I'll bring up some video later. I took them to the beach on Thursday and discovered a very funny way in which my dog swims.
Really?
Yeah, I can't wait to show it though.
C. Morris says, in Florida, if you sign the paperwork saying you're going to scare birds away, it's legal to use fireworks.
Ooh.
So there's your loophole.
Did you bring up these other comments?
Most of them, yeah. We're cruising.
I love that Al Goff is spending so much money on Lego right now.
Yeah, he got that settlement and he's just going crazy. 1,900 this week.
Oh my God.
Which probably means, again, like 4 adult sets, probably.
So, Nicole, you would love Al. He builds all original furniture that's like pirate themed. He builds a lot of one-to-one stuff. He builds a lot of different things, but his furniture is like the big showcase, and he puts it like basically on the floor so the kids can come up to it and interact with it, and people can really see it up close. And he is he's a motorcycle rider. He's big into motorcycles. I know nothing about them, otherwise I'd probably say that better. And unfortunately he got in a car accident and on the motorcycle, and it's been a very, very, very difficult recovery to the point where he's got an e-stim that isn't yet helping, and so he's been unable to work, unable to play, unable to a big life changer for him. But he's here with us every week, and we really appreciate him being here. He went to Brickworld Indianapolis this year, got some help getting his stuff out there, and was able to participate and join. Hopefully we'll see him in Chicago one of these years if he's able to make the trip. So
speedy recovery. That's scary.
Yeah,
that is scary.
We get updates every now and then, but the big one is when we see the money roll in for the Lego sets. That's when we get excited. So the other thing you can spend money on, Mark, you got a Switch 2 this week.
I did. I drove all the way up to Crystal Lake, which I had been checking frequently on to see what Target, Walmart, Targs, and Walms has if you watch ACOB. And I finally there was like this one miraculous night where like there's one in Crystal Lake, and I'm like, oh good, that's only an hour and 45 minutes from me. Perfect. And so I purchased it. They hold it for me, and I pick it up, and I thought there was going to be something like wrong with it, or like they had the stock wrong, and they're just like, here you go. I'm like, how did this happen? How is this even just sitting here? One in stock in the 50-mile radius around Chicago. So I got it. It said it was preloaded with Mario Kart World. It wasn't, but I'm like, all I want to do is start a new island. So we had our first foray into a new Animal Crossing island on Wednesday on Brickworld Crossing at 11 p.m. Central. We'll be going back to Buttland this week. But then what I did, so that was the first 2 hours I spent on my Switch 2, was that first 2 hours you saw me on the live stream on Wednesday. Yep. I mean, we realized that it's a little slow going at first and not too exciting. And then the next night, I realized there was a bunch of things that I wasn't triggering, and I just started like flying through it. I played for about 4 hours, which means I was up until like 2:30 in the morning, which wasn't great for my Friday morning. But I got to the point where I was actually visiting the Mystery Islands to find villagers. And I selected a villager, and I was like, you idiot, this is the stuff that people love for content, is villager hunts. Yeah. So we're going to set that one down for a couple weeks. I did spend some time clearing out the entire village area on Buttland so that I can do one full build during a live stream and hopefully do it quicker than 2 hours, so we can, have an earlier Wednesday evening, since we started at 11 p.m. Nicole, for our Animal Crossing.
Oh my God, that's so late.
It's just the easiest for both of us, and we'd go usually 11 to 1. But we went the week before that. We went till 1:30, and I was like, "I'm so sorry." I don't know why but like when things are interesting, totally,
it's worth it though.
Yeah. So if you guys are into Animal Crossing, you gotta always go replay our Animal Crossing streams. I've done several spontaneously at like 1, 2 in the morning, just drunk off my ass. That was early on in the life of Brickworld Crossing. It still happens though from time to time. Like I do believe it did happen 2 weeks ago with the goat dancing video. It did. Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago that I was just like, it's 1 in the morning. Let's teach people how to make a goat dance, which I actually learned from one of our chat members, Copper Valor. So I was just copying what she did with different animals than goats.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing right now is that Brothers Brick is doing a big crossover event for D&D and Lego Animal Crossing.
What?
Called Heroes of Fur and Feather.
Shut
Yeah.
up. I need to
So
look at this.
there might be a little more interest in Animal Crossing from the D&D crowd over the
Ooh.
next few weeks. So who knows? Maybe it'll be hot. Maybe you'll want to build a dungeon or something. I don't know.
Why?
To keep up. I mean, a dungeon like Dungeons and Dragons sense, not the type of dungeon you normally built. Yeah.
Right.
So
you saw where my mind was going.
Oh yes. Yeah.
My mind was there too.
Yep.
Oh my God, this is amazing.
Yep.
Yes, 1,000% to this.
We've got the fix in. So just remember, the stream is intended for adult audiences, but not.
Oh, thank you.
Mature.
Yes. Also, sensitive viewer warning for this evening is we're doing Lego Crimes Dark Edition, and our crimes get dark. We actually don't know how dark, so we're going to randomly select who goes first.
Let's do it. Let's get into it.
By the way, we also had this chat at I think it was midnight my time. It was late when we said that we were going dark.
Yes.
And Mark's how dark?
I was just like, if you guys are going dark, I put away my dark one and did a different one, but I can take the dark one back out. It's all still bookmarked.
Yeah. Well, because I think I was trying to make sure we weren't doing the same case just to be safe.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to assign us as Nicole is number 1. Ben is number 2. I'm number 3. And I'm going to go ahead and generate between 1, 2, and 3. So remember your number, because I'll probably forget in 2 seconds. But we like to start this little segment by bringing up banners. No, wrong tab. And of course, it's going to take me a few minutes to find this. So what do we do when we're looking for something? I still haven't found it.
Victor Smash sets in a jealous rage. Lego man dealer on a drug rampage. Olympic champ, amputee, selling Lego from her armed crime spree. It's time for Lego Crimes. Lego Crimes. Don't steal the brick if you can't do the time. It's time for Lego Crimes. Lego Crimes. Think outside the blocks, we do this sometimes.
All right. Buckle up, everybody, because I'm first.
All right.
By the way, I forgot how crazy that one guy's hair was. You remember that guy's hair?
100%.
That was wild. I forgot
Lego
about
Man.
him.
Yeah.
Lego Man, the EncroChat drug dealer, the Playboy drug dealer
Playboy.
with the worst taste in hairstyle ever. So here we go. All right. Again, warning for sensitive viewers. The themes discussed will be dark, will be disturbing, and some may find the circumstances of this crime very upsetting. I'll preface this by saying the reason we do our Lego Crimes episode, I'm very much into true crime. There's a podcast I listen to called Wine and Crime. And as we started doing this podcast, I was like, I would love to do some crime episodes like these women do that are amazing. I've seen them live several times. I think it's fascinating. Some of the true crime that's out there is just there's so much depth to it. And I just find it fascinating for whatever reason. Just an opinion, just like being a Lego fan. I'm a true crime fan as well. And Nicole is similar. And Ben has gotten into it as well with us on this. It's not sovereign citizens, but I think it's close enough for Ben that he's jazzed about this too. And so that's why we brought our passion for true crime and Lego together in this. And as Ben said, we've been silly. I had a darker one as my first one that was a cold case that was solved using DNA from Lego bricks. But we've been relatively silly and at least a little lighthearted. Tonight we're not going to be. So consider yourself warned. And here we go with this. A dreams-like state is what I'm calling this particular case. It is about a man named Darren Emery. And instead of putting this all in bullet points, I did a little bit of media searching, and you can learn what Darren Emery was accused of with some news clips.
Going Richard Emery murder trial in St. Charles could take a critical turn today.
Fox 2's Chris Regnier is live in St. Charles to explain why. Chris?
Blair and John, Emery is charged with killing 4 people, including 2 young kids, back in 2018. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty in this case, and we do expect Richard Emery to take the stand in his own defense this morning inside the courthouse right behind us here. We can show you video of the 50-year-old Emery coming in to the courtroom yesterday. He's the one not wearing a suit coat. Phil Greenway is the lead prosecutor while Emery is being represented by public defenders. Attorneys on both sides agree that Emery committed the killings, but Emery's state of mind is in dispute. Greenway calls Emery's actions deliberate, intentional, and purposeful. But Emery's attorneys are presenting a diminished capacity defense, claiming Emery had previously been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and was not in control of himself at the time of the murders. Emery faces 15 charges, including 4 counts of first-degree murder. Emery is charged with killing his girlfriend, 39-year-old Kate Caston, her 2 children from a previous relationship, 10-year-old Jonathan and 8-year-old Zoe, and Kate's mother, 61-year-old Jane Mockle. The tragedy happening at a St. Charles home just after Christmas back in 2018. Authorities say after the murders, Emery exchanged gunfire with police and tried to carjack a woman while trying to get away. Investigators say Emery stabbed that woman 7 times. Fortunately, she survived. Emery was captured the morning after the shootings in a St. Charles QT bathroom. The trial has been ongoing since September the 20th. Prosecutors have told us that they expect the trial to take 2.5 weeks, including court taking place on Saturdays. For now, live in St. Charles, Chris Regnier, Fox 2 News.
Okay. So a few things we need to discuss about that. First of all, is the reporter drunk?
Yeah.
A little rough at the end there. A little rough.
Fox News.
He's like, what's my name again? Chris
Regnier. Fox News.
He was good up until then. I feel like he was reading off a teleprompter and then it probably just said outro and he was like, shit.
Yeah, he forgot.
Well, I've listened to it several times now, and since he ends it that way, just pick up on like, oh, that public defender is nuts. I have a lot of footage of her, and she's just like, we're going to talk about why. Well, we'll get to that. I will show you the footage of that. So, darkness wise,
several things. Yeah. 15 charges, not the least of which is 4 charges of first-degree murder.
Right.
Sometimes you throw some lesser included charges on there, but there was also a carjacking, attempted carjacking, a stabbing, several other things. I'm a bad person though, because the first thing that I thought during some of that, he said, he was accused of killing his 39-year-old girlfriend, and they flash a picture up on the screen. I'm like, she looks really rough for 39. That I'm pretty sure that was actually her mother, the 60-something-year-old lady who she looks good for 60, but he killed both apparently. His girlfriend's mother, his girlfriend, and 2 children.
Yes.
Yikes.
So that's pretty intense.
His girlfriend's children from a previous marriage, which she was widowed from. Her husband, her first husband died from cancer. You'll also hear in there that they were, I forget the type of defense that they were, what the name of it was. They're saying that he had been previously diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. And so I want to take a look at that real quick. This is from mayoclinic.org. I think that was, just from hearing the story from the beginning, a rough route to try to prove that you are in a dreamlike state or a dissociative state from borderline personality disorder, which doesn't typically have that as a symptom. That's more of a bipolar thing, is to go into dissociative states or have some sort of like manic episode where you're hallucinating or something like that. But so I'll just read this real quick from MayoClinic.org. Borderline personality disorder is a mental health condition that affects the way people feel about themselves and others, making it hard to function in everyday life. It includes a pattern of unstable, intense relationships, as well as impulsiveness and an unhealthy way of seeing themselves. Impulsiveness involves having extreme emotions and acting out or doing things without thinking about them first. People with borderline personality disorder have a strong fear of abandonment or being left alone. Even though they want to have loving and lasting relationships, the fear of being abandoned often leads to mood swings and anger. It also leads to impulsiveness and self-injury that may push others away. Borderline personality disorder usually begins by early adulthood. The condition is most serious in young adulthood. Mood swings, anger, and impulsiveness often get better with age, but the main issue of self-image and fear of being abandoned, as well as relationship issues, go on. Blah, blah, blah. If you have it, you can call people and learn to live more stable, more fulfilling lives. It's not typically something where they injure other people. It's more of a injuring themselves. They are usually pretty vindictive and manipulative, and mess with people's heads in order to test people's loyalty and test their own fear of being abandoned. But it's not something that makes them lash out. You can see some of the symptoms here. Strong fear of abandonment, pattern of unstable, intense relationships, quick changes in how you see yourself. This includes shifting goals and values, as well as seeing yourself as bad or as if you don't exist. Periods of stress-related paranoia, impulsive and risky behavior, gambling, unsafe sex, binge drinking, blah, blah, blah. Threats of suicide or self-injury, wide mood swings, ongoing feelings of emptiness, inappropriate strong anger, such as losing your temper, being sarcastic or bitter. Or Ben, does this sound like you and I? Jesus.
I was like,
in general. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's going to say you hoard or collect things. Like,
Yeah.
wait, what?
What?
Wait,
I
I feel empty? No. No, I don't.
Or physically fighting. So like physically fighting is like almost a footnote in this entire description. So I had the feeling that this was going to be an uphill struggle for him to be like, yes, I went into a dissociative state from my borderline personality disorder that made me murder 4 people, including 2 children.
What do they call that? A fugue state? Is that
a fugue state, a dissociation? Yeah, a dissociative fugue. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And you'll hear in there that not only did he, like, in this rage, kill these 4 people to get away from police, he hijacked a car, stabbing a woman 7 times.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's not in that police report, but he stabbed her 5 times in the chest.
Oof.
And somehow she survived this, and then stole her car, and they caught him at a Quick Trip in St. Charles, Missouri. He didn't even leave town.
Yep.
Right. So how did this turn out? What his name's not Darren, it's something else. Darren's his middle name. But whatever his fucking name is, his last name is Emery.
Mr.
And here's a little bit of a longer news clip, but here's how everything ended up.
Killing his girlfriend, her 2 children, and their grandmother. A jury found him guilty of 4 counts of first-degree murder on Friday. News 11's Laura Simon has the latest from the courtroom and what the jury has to decide next.
Jurors will have to consider whether Richard Darren Emery should be put to death or spend the rest of his life in prison. The state is asking them to contemplate the death penalty, while the defense team is asking that Emery spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole.
We respect the amount of time and care and consideration that you have already given us. And I'm going to ask that you continue to give us that time and care and consideration, because you now have Darren's life in your hands.
From the beginning of the gruesome case, the defense and prosecution have agreed Emery killed his girlfriend, 39-year-old Kate Caston, her 8 and 10-year-old children, and her mother days after Christmas in 2018. What's been up for debate is Emery's state of mind at the time of the murders. On Thursday, Emery testified saying he didn't remember much of that night, saying at one point he felt like he was in a video game.
We are here to give you a more complete picture of who Darren is as a person, who he has been throughout his life, and how such a horrible thing could be done by such a good man. Thank you.
And it is an enormous responsibility. And it is yours and yours alone. When you weigh that, when you determine that, I'm going to ask you to recommend an imposition of the death penalty to this court for the defendant for his actions, because this is his responsibility.
The state called 8 witnesses to the stand, including Caston's sister-in-law, Natasha Baker. She's the sister of Caston's late husband, Corey, who died from cancer.
She had a baby shower for me 2 weeks after my brother died.
Baker never imagined the unthinkable loss that would happen next. She found out on her birthday.
I was screaming. I fell to the ground. I was scared of the dark. I was scared to walk my dog. I thought I was going to be shot multiple times. I've had moments where I've been in concerts, the grocery store, you name it. I've thought that I'm ultimately going to have something bad happen to me. And I've internalized it in a way that is just not rational.
The jury also heard from police officers who responded to this home in the Oxford Estates neighborhood in St. Charles. Officer Dean Alexander found the bodies of Caston's 2 children and her mother, Jane Mokel.
I knew they were gone. Even then, in the deep parts was with children. You gotta think, what if I'm wrong? What if there's something I can do? What if there's a chance that I can see a glimmer of hope and I can help these kids?
Dean Alexander says he's worked in law enforcement for nearly 30 years and responds to the worst of the worst.
This has and will always haunt me for the rest of my life.
3.5 years later, the officers involved in the shootout that followed the killings still deal with PTSD.
This sounded like someone had the best way I can remember at the time when it was going through my head was like a howitzer. Like it was a cannon that was going off right by my head. I just remember like, man, this is so different because it was so loud and so impactful.
Jeremy Bratton had nearly 2 decades of law enforcement experience. He says doctors medically retired him.
So that was the last day I wore a police uniform.
Kyle Schmidt, a former combat veteran, was just getting his career started as a police officer.
The trauma following that has pushed me out of 2 careers.
The defense plans to call several of Emery's relatives, friends, and former co-workers. In St. Charles County, I'm Laura Simon.
All right, we got some comments here in the meantime. Nick and Brick says, "Who's the hot babe?" That is Ben Hauger. Brick by Brick Together is here. Hello, Garrett. Good to see you. Sean from ACOB is here. Is excited about Lego Crimes. And Brick Dynasty says, "Came for the host, stayed for the true crime." And General Tron is here, says, "Howdy all." It's funny, like we've dropped by 9 viewers since my segment started here, but we have a bunch of new people in here, so I don't know how many people are ducking out because of the nature of this crime.
We'll get back to Lego too.
First thing I want to say about this crime, or about that last news segment, was that was like 2019, 2020. I don't remember exactly when or later. Like Fox News 11 has some really shitty audio equipment because the hum in that room is deafening. You can barely hear what some of them are saying. And then back to Dawn's comment about that. The not the county prosecutor, the public defender. Yeah, thank you. She's she doesn't seem like she's giving him much of a chance at all. Like how could such a horrible thing be done by such a good man?
Good man.
Like, oh, good luck there, sweetheart. That's I don't know you're gonna get very far with that. Brick by Brick Together says that there was a $250,000 FBI Lego bust about 45 minutes from my house about a year ago. Made the news. Yep, I'm sure I read about it. That's one of the things we try to do for the Lego Crimes episodes is find Lego Crimes that don't have to do with theft because they're just so
many thefts.
Very easy to find. It's like the first 8 pages at least are just like Lego theft, or Lego theft ring worth $400,000. Like
pawn shop.
A used Lego store was. Buying stolen
Lego and like knowing it's stolen.
I found one that was like a Lego store owner to hide the evidence of her stealing from like some department store, like tried to burn the department store down. I was like, that at least has a different like spin to it somewhere. But anyway,
also want to say in that second story, they did the same thing. They very briefly flashed up picture of girlfriend, 39-year-old girlfriend, immediately put a picture of her mother over it while they're still talking about her being a 39-year-old woman. I'm like, guys,
it's throwing me off.
It's throwing me off.
It's the same station too. They must just not know, like their production team.
Like, finish saying who it is,
but they match
bring up grandma.
They match the kids with what's being said every time.
Yeah,
and it'd be hard to mess up their ages because they're clearly the kids. Yeah,
I don't know.
Interesting. So yeah, dark stuff. You may be asking yourself what this has to do with Lego. How is this a Lego crime?
Yeah, how's this a Lego crime, Mark?
Yeah.
Well, let's hear from the perpetrator himself.
I want to go back now, and I want to talk to you about the night of December 28th, 2018, okay? And again, I try to talk into the microphone and keep your voice up when you can, please, okay? So we talked about, when you left Throwbacks, you said you wanted to go home to your family, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened when you got home?
I got home earlier than I had anticipated, or even that Kate had anticipated, and it's like, when I got there, the lights were on, which I thought was kind of strange, being 11, whatever, at night. But I went in the house to the garage, and of course the dog's jumping around, and Jonathan was sitting at the kitchen table with his Lego set. I got him this 750 piece Lego. It was a Star Wars X-Wing fighter. Him and I both really like Star Wars, and Legos obviously was his thing.
Had you gotten that for Christmas just a few days prior?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was he doing with the Legos?
He either just finished it or was finishing up. He was so excited to show me, and it was cool. I mean, he's 10, and in less than 4 hours, he did a 750 piece Lego set by himself. Just like it's no big deal. It would take me a week.
Did you talk to Jonathan then in the kitchen?
I did, but I think it was just briefly.
What did you do after that?
Went upstairs to let Kate know I was home. She probably already knew, but I don't remember where she was or whatever. I just wanted to let her know I was home. I wasn't expecting what happened. She came in, and I think she was standing at the foot of the bed. She's like in my face, but not like literally in my face. And she said something about, that little boy is really hurt that you didn't acknowledge his Legos enough, or something like that. Like, it just felt like her sole purpose to go in there was to pick a fight. It just threw me off.
You remember, what you said next?
Something like, "You got to be kidding me," and
What did she say?
I don't know.
What is the next thing you remember being said?
The next thing I remember is we were in the bathroom. And we were arguing back and forth, and I don't know how long. I don't think it was very long at all.
All right, so there we have it. So he had bought this for the kid, and he built it, and the kid got his feelings were hurt that he wasn't more responsive to the fact that he had built it. And that caused the argument between this guy and his girlfriend, which led to the shootings. It is a banger set.
Mm-hmm.
It's
That's
the
one of your X-Wings. Yeah.
is it the Last Jedi X-Wing, I think, or Force Awakens 2018?
No.
Oh no, you're right, because there's Luke Skywalker and Biggs Darklighter in it. It
Yeah,
just
no,
has it has Rey on there for
Not
whatever
at the
reason.
same time, but this is the classic
Yeah.
trilogy X-Wing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Different
Yeah.
engine shape, different colorings.
So as the story goes from there,
So she shot him? No.
no,
He shot her.
he shot her and her children and their grandmother. And so his dissociative fugue state, this argument escalates, and she tells him to get out of the house and slaps him in the face. They start physically fighting, and he gets his gun out of his safe and shoots everybody.
Yes.
Dang.
Holy
Yeah.
crap.
Yeah. So he did get the death penalty,
Good.
right? I'm not like really one way or the other on that, but I'm just kind of like,
Like, you mess with kids, it's not good.
precisely. And the kids were
Mess with
10 and 8.
anybody, it's not good, but
Yeah.
kids, like,
A 10-year-old and an 8-year-old. And so it doesn't necessarily even stop there. He got sentenced to another 210 years
oh,
in
good.
prison for everything he did afterwards, with stabbing the woman and stealing the car, XYZ. And then it still doesn't end there, because he was granted a stay of execution this March, as they are trying to appeal the case over evidence handling and blah, 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 blah in the original conviction. So there you have it.
That's
Yeah.
dark.
Yeah.
You weren't kidding. You did go really dark.
I know. I was like, I can't wait to see what you guys did, because you said you were going dark. So I was like, well, here's my darkest.
That's dark.
Yeah, it's and there's a lot I left out. The reason in that one segment where the police officers are all talking about the responding police officers who have all left the force, and most of them have left the profession, as the one guy says, made him leave 2 professions, is because of the state everyone was in when they arrived. They not everyone was dead yet, but they knew that they didn't have long. Like, that's how quickly it happened, because as he started hitting her, she called to her mom to call 911. So they were barricaded in the bedroom on the phone with 911 when they were shot. So I didn't bring it to class, but there's a transcript from the 911 call that's very upsetting, and there's interviews with the police officers about the state of the crime scene when they arrived. And it, like, I'm getting choked up just thinking about it. Like,
Yeah.
So if you're into true crime at this level, that information is certainly out there for you to find that information. But I didn't want to bring it to the live stream, because I knew that at least I knew was too dark. And so there we have the entire story.
And notice again, the picture is grandma and the 2 kids. Like, mom is missing again.
Yeah.
You're so busy.
Like, she was the first one killed in this whole thing, and they're like, well, whatever.
I have still images of them I was going to bring to put in this, so I can actually find a good one for you if you really like. But there we have it, a Dreams Like State. So I'll look for those while you guys discuss the merits of this case. Any further thoughts, or are we just wanting to put this one out of our heads?
I mean, it seems, there are cases where there's a lot of question. The only thing here is the defense about, were you truly in a dreamlike state? The fact that there's no debate about the fact that he killed all of them, or that, at least according to him, it was all stemming from this argument he had with his girlfriend about his level of excitement for her son's accomplishment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got Lego adjacent to that with, how this all kicked off, which is just crazy.
Yeah.
But that seems to be the only real question. So this idea that they're appealing it, they need to stay, what kind of evidence handling is at issue? It seems like the only thing that's really at issue to me is whether or not he was in fact in this state.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
that, maybe not. I don't know.
And what's interesting about the coverage of it is like they're talking about the witness testimonies for the defense are like family members and friends, and I think maybe coworkers, but they didn't list any sort of like psychiatric evaluation as that being their defense. And as we already discovered, like borderline personality disorder isn't necessarily associated with dissociative fugues or any sort of like that level of paranoia that you would hallucinate. All right, so I got a couple pictures here. In the meantime, the chat is reacting. Hold on, here we go.
Yeah,
is that right?
Flashed a lot of them up against the bottom here, but most people are saying it's twisted. The excuses are, not there, at least in most people's opinion.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We do have one visitor who came to see Nicole and is staying for the crimes.
Did you bring up General Tron's comments?
I brought up a few.
Yeah, okay.
But this one, I'm sure there are plenty of people faster or better than me. So what? The dude has issues. Yeah, I don't think he was saying he was jealous of the kid.
Yeah.
He was more trying to say maybe I should have paid more attention or been more excited. But I don't know. General Tron does say it's a bit dark even for him.
Yeah. Oh no. No
dark.
kidding. Yeah.
It's up
and
there.
Like, the further you get into true crime, you kind of get used to it. But like, trust me, like my spine is tingling and I'm sweating a little bit bringing this up on Think Outside the Box, where I'm just like, okay, maybe I shouldn't have gone first because I at least had the backup of my other one. Had I not, but I was like, yikes.
It's such a story.
It's not the game. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the game was Dark Crimes, and it's definitely dark.
I excelled at the game. So there you go, Ben.
Yeah.
There she is.
Okay. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, that's
more a 39-year-old and
yes.
Yep.
Every time they kept doing that, I was like, come on, guys, give all of them some time on here.
They had stock footage even just from the portion of the report that they kept doing.
Right. They mentioned her first.
Yeah.
Then the kids, then the grandma, but they're like not in that order on the screen. So you're like looking from left to right as we all do. And you're like, she's 39? What?
Yeah. Well, and I totally agree with Garrett here. There are no excuses for this kind of behavior. 100%. That's an easy argument right there. What did strike me is when I saw the article that he had been sentenced to another 210 years in prison, I was like, oh, he must have done a bunch of shit before that. But it wasn't. That was just for all the stuff that he did after he committed the murders and tried to get away.
The shootout, the carjacking. Carjackings are very serious. Stabbing women 4 times.
7 times. He stabbed her 7 times.
Yeah, 5 times in the chest, you said, or 4 times in the
5
chest?
5 times in the chest and 2 somewhere else. I don't know.
Yeah,
I imagine the first 2 were probably defensive wounds.
Yeah, that's a choice.
Yeah. Yeah. So there we have it. Lego Crimes, everybody. Sorry. All right.
If we do need a little bit of a pick-me-up before we get into the next one, Elgoff says he bought 2 D&D sets, A Nightmare Before Christmas, 1 T-Rex, 1 Harry Potter ship, 1 Sherlock Holmes book nook, 1 flying machine, 1 Star Wars Sarlacc pit, and several Pick-a-Brick cups. And Rivendell. Rivendell is
and that's the afterthought.
Also Rivendell.
Yeah.
And just Rivendell. No big deal.
Oh, General Tron says it can't always be this bad, but he says, oh, what I tune into when I show up.
Yeah.
Well,
oh man,
good timing tonight there, sir. All right, so Ben, you're up next.
Oh, lucky me.
Lucky you. Let's see it.
All right, so I just called this one Crimes 3.
Brick Dynasty says, think outside the cell block needs its own show.
Yeah.
Think outside the cell block. It is a much better term than Lego Crimes.
Yeah. So we're calling Crimes 3. We're calling this one Father Figures. And as usual, we're going to have some fill in the blank with you guys guessing what's going on.
Oh, I love these.
Oh, Yellow Watch is already there.
Oh, this one. 2016, father is arrested in Brooklyn, New York after incident with his son involving Lego.
Right, I should have turned mine into a game. That would have been fun.
I don't know if it's fun, but I want you guys to have an idea here. What Lego related action did father do which got him arrested? First one, made his son watch as he built all son's Lego sets from his birthday.
Oh crap, I know this one.
Yeah, forced son to kneel on Lego bricks. Left son alone at a Lego store while he went to the bar. Or made son steal Lego sets from a Target to fulfill eBay orders after he sold the sets to a pawn shop for drug money.
I'm glad this is your dark one because this is the one that was so dark to me, I didn't bookmark it. So, Nicole, I'm going to let you go ahead and take this because I already know the answer.
It's dark, so I'm going to go with B.
Forced son to kneel on Lego bricks. That is correct.
Yeah,
however,
I knew it was going to be dark.
C and D are in fact crimes that have also happened involving Lego. Leaving your son alone at a Lego store or a child alone at a Lego store to do something else happens all the time. And stealing Lego to sell online to fulfill orders, like things you've already sold for drug money, also occurs. Wow. So both of those other things are things.
Yellow X has
story?
Not in this story, but in general, these things happen.
Yellow X suggests ways to get away with this if you want to go with letter D.
Yeah.
Buy gloves for your kids.
No, this is not what happened to the kid. So we've had Lego crimes where we've used Lego to solve a crime. We've used Lego to identify criminals. Like we
looks like this figure,
Lego Man, and the heads. But now we have Lego punishment, punishing children with Lego or people with Lego, which of course is also a crime. We did.
Well, at least we're ending with, I guess, then the least dark one because
I guess so.
You seem horrified by these, Nicole.
The kids.
Yeah, for the kids, the poor kids. And this one's does not have a happy ending. I'm just gonna tell you that now. What did son do to deserve this punishment? Did he open a rare Lego set, soiled himself, called his grandmother an old clown, or he failed to put away his bricks, leading to father stepping on them? What happened?
So Yellow X says he thinks he knows about one where the son's prints were found on the Lego in the house. I did. So the first episode I did one where the son's DNA was found on the Lego in the house, the son of the killer. So we've got a guess for A, a guess for D, I think is from this one. Ron Smith thinks he failed to put him away. I don't remember this part of it. I love C.
This was a little more hidden, but the correct answer is in fact B.
I was afraid of that. That's the one I didn't want it to be.
Yeah, and so you'd say,
how old was this kid?
His fault.
Well, glad you asked, Mark.
That's not his fault.
The child was 3 years old.
Oh my god!
I just want to punch a wall.
It's the crimes against children tonight. Like, yikes!
Yeah, not
Dark
fun.
Edition. Everybody, we warned you.
We told you guys.
And nobody guessed B. I was afraid that's what it was.
Yeah,
I was really afraid that's what it was.
No.
I didn't think you would put that in there yourself. Mostly because you're not a sociopath.
I mean,
I was like, it's B.
Yeah. I mean, it's not fun. Not funny. It's ridiculous because he's 3. Like, this happens to 3-year-olds, right?
Yeah.
What's a frazzled biscuit?
Kids are potty trained at 3. Like,
yeah. And as it turns out that, the child had been removed from the home previously. So it wasn't like this first guy's, first incident where he's showing he was not a particularly good parent.
So the child had already been with protective services or a foster family or other members of the family before this. And this is like, he won this child back.
Somehow.
This already happened by the age of 3.
Yeah, somehow.
Barf.
Which is hard
in the
to
bad
believe.
way.
Hard
Barf
to
in the bad
understand.
way. Yeah.
Hard
to bowl.
So, this wasn't the only disgusting act of
I don't like this game anymore.
I don't either. Why is it a game?
What else did the father do? Whipped the boy with a belted cable,
no!
Ran the child's feet and hands under scalding water, put out
Oh my
cigarettes on his
God.
body, or shot boy with a BB gun in the feet.
Oh my god!
None of those are good.
None of them are good. No.
None of them are good. I don't even want to know. What?
I don't want to
okay.
know either. Like, I'm gonna guess that he did all of them, just because
Yeah.
it's also awful. I don't want to
Mark-
pick one.
Mark, you are correct. He
Oh,
did
are you
all of these
fucking
things.
kidding me?
All of them.
Jeez, Pete's, as Jazzy Viking Brick says.
Yeah.
Oh, Yellow X says, I feel like I'm in a hidden side set. That's how. This is what you think about the hidden side. I must have not paid close attention to that at all.
Now I will say that of
oh,
these...
Get Coop just got here.
Sorry. Sorry, Get Cooped. Please remember, we said we were doing dark
Jesus.
crimes today.
Sorry, I'm crying. That makes me so sad.
These people don't deserve kids. These people don't deserve
No,
their own
this is really
fucking
dark.
life.
This is really dark. Oh yeah.
Oh
that is-
God.
And on top of that, let me say that of these 4 things, you might think D was the worst one. B, 100% the worst one.
Yeah.
Kneeling on the Lego was,
well,
still not cool.
Yeah, it's not cool.
But it's not the worst of the 5 things that
Look at-
Father's Life should have done.
The C is like
An A.
horrific.
And this kid
They're all
is
bad.
3.
Yeah, A.
3.
Yeah, he's
Mhm.
3.
Ugh.
They don't. Their brains like
This
they're
is
not.
fucked up. Al Goff says, I have a Lego crime. My cat Lego just farted.
Ugh.
Yeah, this is the part that I didn't particularly find too great. He was only sentenced to 10 years in a state prison.
If somebody deserves the death penalty in this.
And his mother also received 6 months for failure to get the child
Yeah,
medical
where was
attention.
she?
Well,
he was still married to her?
I don't know if they were ever married, but they were living together at the very least.
Okay.
And the big issue was because the
Living together?
Well, it
Sorry,
seemed like
sorry,
it.
sorry.
She was not with him when this occurred. She discovered it shortly after, and it was actually, I believe, her mother, so the grandmother of the child, who called the police.
Thank God.
Thank God.
Someone has a
how-
brain.
How long after? Oh, wait, before we get to that, I just want to. I want to address this real quick. Yellow X says, "No, I don't think the hidden side is bad. I feel surrounded by monsters. Real, these are real.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, no. I did. I knew you didn't think the hidden side was bad. I thought you meant like you're in the hidden side, and this is somehow what happens to characters in that story. And I was just like, I missed that part of hidden side, dude. Brick Dynasty says, potty training a 3-year-old now. Process is frustrating, but I can't imagine punishing a kid for an accident at that age.
Right.
But those 5 punishments.
Yeah, like I have a
5.
3-year-old. I have a 3-year-old. Like,
Yeah, you can't do that to a 3-year-old. And my sons had challenges. My children have had challenges. My son, he fought me once when I was trying to put him into a car seat. I remember this vividly. Like, I picked him up early from daycare and he didn't want to leave, so he punched me in the face several times.
It's a very Miles thing to do.
It is. And he struggled while I was trying to get him into the car seat. I couldn't imagine doing any of those things, let alone all 5 of them to a child.
no,
It is,
no.
it's
If
absurd.
anything,
I don't care if
you
he punched
bang
me.
your head on the wall and you're like, ah.
Right.
From my end of parenting, Orion has never pooped in the house. And I would never even hit her. The most we do is we poke her in the neck with 2 fingers. And now when we do this, she tucks her tail between her legs and leaves the room. And then I feel really bad.
Yeah.
I will
mean,
say
Mimi poops on or used to poop on couches. That was really frustrating.
Because she learned that it wasn't. If I had a dog that did this. She learned that she shouldn't poop on the carpet. So she's like, I'll jump up on the couch and poop here.
And I'm like, why? Like, poop anywhere, poop on the floor like a normal dog. And I wanted to just let her outside and say, you're on your own. But even then, it's not their fault. Just
100%. Exactly.
Patient. And now she's the best dog ever.
An empathetic, patient human being. You are in charge of somebody else's life. God, 10 years in prison was it? Brickworld Lab says, so is the father's punishment putting cheese slopes under his eyelids, which I really like imagining that for this father.
That might not be so bad. That might be worthwhile punishment.
Yeah.
So some of the parts about this, I will say, all of that stuff, bad. The question is, what happened? What happened with the system here that this happened? Considering
that's an excellent question.
Yeah, that the kid.
I feel gross right now.
Yeah, the kid was removed from the house. They said for several years. He also had a sister living there who was not injured, apparently.
How old was the sister? Older or younger?
Couple years older.
Couple years older, and was not injured. Okay.
Was not. Son was junior, so same name as dad. And the question was, the prosecutor was asked by the judge, were there any ACS follow-ups after the children were returned to the house? And the prosecutor just said, it's unclear.
So
they clearly had some issues with the state failing to protect this child as well in some
What
way.
state was this?
This was New York, so it was a Brooklyn man.
Oh yeah, you said Brooklyn in our text. That's right.
Brooklyn.
New York City did not follow through with this.
Yeah. And
that's massively disappointing.
For ACS just said, it's a heartbreaking situation and we're working with law enforcement authorities to investigate. That was it.
Oh my God.
That was the entire follow-up on the other side.
What year was this?
This was 2016 that this happened.
God.
But I will say, last slide, Hudson Valley, New York, just in this last year, 2025, a man also arrested for forcing his 12-year-old child to walk on Lego, only wearing socks. So a second father doing this. Guy was dumb enough to also film it on his cell phone. I guess maybe applauding that because it was much easier to bust his stupid ass for doing it.
Yeah.
But, not cool to do this, period. But to kids as a punishment, Lego as a punishment. It was just so beyond anything else I could have come up with. When we said dark crimes, I thought, yeah, this is dark.
Oh yeah,
that's dark. They made me cry. That's how dark it is.
Yeah. So this kid is 12 now. Is any reporting out there? Is he back with his mom?
I haven't heard. I do know that part of the reason that he got the 10-year sentence was because the child's hands are still partially disabled or were thought to be partially disabled following the incident.
So it would have been less if he hadn't been permanently disabled?
I don't know. I mean, I struggle with that. Maybe part of it was that because mom got 6 months, that was part of it, is that she didn't seek medical attention to him. I guess sort of they asked her why she didn't, and she was like, well, he was out of immediate danger. But I mean,
what's
hands had burns all over them.
What's ironic about that is healing hand injuries is sometimes facilitated by building Lego sets. It's a good way to get back dexterity and muscle control and eye-hand coordination. And
yeah,
a kid probably doesn't want to go fucking near a Lego brick for the rest of his life.
Probably not.
Probably not.
No, I mean there were some in the house, but who knows?
Should be in prison for as long as the kid has the PTSD. I fucking fully agree. At the very least, yes.
Hands.
Yeah.
Which would be, the kid's entire life. Yeah.
Oh,
God.
So a second dark crime.
Yeah.
Yeah. God, guys.
Sorry.
I mean, mine has death, but my God.
I remember reading that one when I was doing my research, Ben, and being like, I'm not even going to bookmark it. But it didn't have to do with theft, and that's one of the things that we tried.
I know, and they had a list of things that that have Lego related crimes, and I'm like, well, this is the only one I found where it was sort of weaponized.
Yeah,
there are crimes out there about Lego being mistaken for a weapon.
Yes.
Yeah,
I found that one.
Right.
Dun, dun. Yep.
This is sort of the first one I ran into where it was used in an assaultive way. And I wish it had been, more hilarious or humorous in some way, but really, no, it wasn't. It was perpetrated on a young child, which was the super dark aspect of this in particular.
Yeah, like a kid that has no freedom to just walk away,
Yeah. I thought 10 years was light.
How much longer?
A lot, but
do you know how much longer after that happened? Yes, produced by Brickwolf. We're talking Lego Law and Order, produced by Brickwolf. Algoff says, "I will say this isn't my favorite episode." Yeah, you know what? Not mine either. It's gonna be a hard one. I used to rewatch the episode. Now I'm just like, I don't know if I can rewatch this one. All the people I said, catch us on replay. I'm like, don't. Maybe
not.
There will still be Lego talk. Don't worry.
Yeah.
This too shall pass.
I'm scared. Nicole, are you ready with your Lego crime?
I'm ready. I'm okay. Let me just see how.
Jonathan Brick says I could laugh if an adult was made to walk on Lego as punishment for something as a challenge or something. But damn, yeah, it's like there's a guy at Brickworld Chicago that does the brick walk. You know, it's just like, but this is your patella, your knees on Lego, and you're 3 years old. Like, yeah,
well,
yeah, that's just
so
the force of it is
a couple things about that. One, like doing it as a challenge. There are all kinds of things that we do to inflict pain, as you know, dumping cold water on ourselves for challenges, where done in the right circumstances, it's not torture. It can be part of.
And we're talking about things that are for charity,
right?
Yeah,
right. A charity
for children's charities, yes.
Different if it's used as a punishment and you're an unwilling participant. That's always going to be the case. The other thing I will note is that for me, for example, I've put Lego up on the shelf over here in my Lego room. I've got all of my. We'll add this to the stage. I've got all of the modulars up on this shelf, right?
Yeah.
So to get up there, I have a large build table. I had to climb up on top of this table that I have next to me on my knees. And if there are any base plates like on the table when I'm doing that, it leaves impressions in my, skin for like an hour.
Yeah.
So and this is voluntary, right?
Yeah.
This is voluntary.
I helped at the shrimp oil yesterday because I have calluses on all of my fingers and thumbs from Lego building. I was like, I can hold that lid while you strain it. Just for a quick palate cleanser before we get to Nicole's crime. This is a sort of okay builder on Instagram, and this is their Dungeons and Dragons Animal Crossing.
That is so cute.
Isn't it the most adorable? It's a great way to use Tangy.
That is so cute.
With this torso and the cape and everything. It's freaking amazing.
I know some of our friends of the show, Jesse's Brick Galaxy is doing one. Friday Night Brick said earlier, Reed said, yes, I still need to build for the second challenge for this. So Monster Battle was one of the additional things that they were adding to the.
Oh, I'm definitely getting in on this.
To the
all right, I'm pulling a mark. I'm going to use the restroom.
Oh, cool. Hey, you know what? I'll go too, and we'll play a song to cover all that. It'll be fun times had by all. And thank you for doing so, because I have to use it all the time. And here we go.
A wise man once said about Mark, you think he drinks water like a great white shark. About every 60 minutes, he's gotta go. Nature calls 2, sometimes 3 times a show. Hold the stream, he'll shout and dash. The show is live, but he's off like a flash. Instead of telling him you hold the stream, Ben provides cover, the perfect team.
Yeah.
But let's get into some of the news. Do you need the bathroom break before we go?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take the bathroom break now. And then 40 minutes later, I have to take another bathroom break. Like, hey, I made it 2 hours. Now it's like, well, now you're making up for lost time. So I'm going to go. Nope, here's the right one. And I'm going to use the bathroom.
Of course you are.
You're going to go. Why don't you start with those? Because unfortunately, I have to use the bathroom again already.
Cool, go do it.
What's it called? What's BPH?
BPH.
Ben plays a tune 2 minutes long while the tainted sing along. Keeps the show rolling smooth, no rush. Mark mutes his mic so you can't hear the flush.
Mark is muted, so let me unmute him.
The reason I mute myself before I go is because I like to keep listening to what's going on, but I don't want everyone to hear me pee.
Yeah, I managed.
It's been 60 minutes since I last went, so I'll mute it and I'll be listening.
Fair enough. Yeah,
I'll be listening to me.
Hey, Mark's gotta go. No interrupting. The screen's slow. He'll be quick, won't take too long. He'll be done by the end of this song. Hey, Mark's gotta go. Mark's gotta go. Hey, Mark's gotta go.
Well,
okay. So
Like,
if you're in a house and you're not live streaming, hopefully you took that break to go and hug your child.
yeah, seriously.
That's what I'm hoping for.
And I'm very happy, Nicole, that you stayed with us. I thought it was going to be like, I have to use the bathroom.
And then she never came back.
Exactly. Like,
Wow.
oh, good. She came back. She did just have to use the bathroom. Lego Timmy is here. Thanks for joining us. You just missed the 2 darkest Lego crimes we've ever done. Don says, building my wings mosaic with 20,000 pyramids left marks on my hands for hours at a time. Jonathan's Brick says, I've stood on base plates on flat I can't read tonight. Sorry. Flat floor before. It's doable, not entirely comfortable, but it's not bad. Yeah, it's like sitting on a bed of nails.
Yeah,
it's because everything's at the same level.
Worse, you know,
I think kneeling on random brick is hell. Punching Lego is way better than rice or beans. What?
I suppose maybe if you're punching or kneeling your fingers on rice, it might like jam in there even worse because it's smaller, like dried rice. But I don't know.
I imagine uncooked beans. I don't know either.
I don't know.
I don't know. Jonathan's Brick says, got to do barefoot or with socks just to avoid damaging. Okay. Yellow X says, it'll leave huge gashes if you're not careful about it, though. Okay.
You guys have been busy. Wow.
Yeah. You've got that knowledge right at the tip of your brain, and and that's a thing.
That's a thing.
That's a thing. Yeah. All right, Nicole, are you having trouble sharing your slideshow or?
Let me see. Slides and PDF.
Right here.
I see it. Yeah, we can add it. Yeah, there you go.
Ooh,
hey.
There. Oh, this is perfect. You can see us. You can see that. Okay.
Yes.
So this is the case of Erin Patterson. So let me just go through this. Bear with me. Okay. That's what she looks like. All right, so 50-year-old Erin Patterson is from Melbourne, Australia, and she is accused of 3 murders and 1 attempted murder. So she's on trial right now. So this is ongoing. We don't have a verdict, but based on the evidence, I think we can make some assumptions. So Erin is a mother of 2. Life is not going the way she planned. She's experiencing a lot of hardships. Her the father of the kids, they're estranged. They're no longer together, and their relationship is not good at all. And so in this meantime, while she's being a single mother, she's trying to just get her life together, and she has all sorts of hobbies, which I'll get into, but she is just trying to make it through the day, basically.
Honestly, this is just a random picture of her because it looks like the thumbnail for some series on like Hulu about like a stressed out mom. Like,
I gotta level with you. There were no good pictures of her. This was the best one. And so
she looks overwhelmed.
Yeah, she does.
She is, and I thought that this was a great way to describe just what she's going through. She's having a hard time. It is a bad pick, but listen.
But apparently one of the better ones, according to Nicole. So I'm sure she did her research as she always does.
I researched this fully, and this was the best one. So wait.
Here's the family
Right,
tree.
let me go back. Let me
okay.
go. Okay, so on July 28th of 2023, Erin decides that she's going to have a lunch, and she's going to invite some family members to this lunch. And so the people that she invites are her ex-in-laws, Dawn and Gail. So these are the parents of her ex-husband. She does invite her ex-husband as well. And in the very last moment, he backs out. He's like, I'm not going to this. No, thank you. And so the lunch was scheduled for the next day. So instead of her husband, she then invites her kids. Wait, how would it be? That's why I had the family tree. Anyways, she invites the sister of his mother. So that would be his aunt. She invites his aunt and uncle. That's family. That's how family works.
Yeah.
Truth is mother.
You got it.
His aunt and uncle.
Yeah, his aunt and uncle.
Yep.
And the aunt and uncle's name is Heather and Ian Wilkinson. Oh yeah, who is Gail's sister and brother-in-law. So here's the family tree, because this did get very confusing to me. So again, her name is Erin Patterson. So you can see they're the parents. I found this. I did not make this, and it was very helpful for me because I can be a little dumb sometimes.
I get it.
So on the day, so that was on July 28th. So now the lunch is on July 29th. And Erin sends her kids to the movies, and the guests come over for lunch. And the reason for this lunch is because she wants to discuss a medical diagnosis and that she's received recently, and she wants to get some recommendations on how to tell the kids. And so this would kind of explain why the kids are not at the lunch.
Yeah.
So
that was the alibi for not having the kids there.
It's the alibi. But this is where I got a little bit creative with ChatGPT. So I said, please create.
It got her face. It nailed her face.
It nailed her face. I mean, like, if you go back, it's the same person.
It is. That's her. I believe this picture was taken at her doctor's office.
With the note that says cancer diagnosis.
And that's what a doctor's file looks like.
That's exactly what it looks like.
Nailed it.
He's holding the clipboard away from her. He's like, guess what it is? He's gonna flip it towards her.
I'm actually glad we ended on this one because there's some funny things in my slideshow. You know what
Good.
I said?
Yeah, me too. I'm very glad for the palate cleanser.
If you can't find the picture, make the picture, or at least have a computer make it for you. So,
yes.
You know, and so she's up for.
Watch out though for grumpfluencers who don't like AI. Just saying. Just on the side.
Guys, this is storytelling. Okay, this is storytelling.
No, I agree. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah. So. This would explain why the kids are out during lunch. And the medical diagnosis she wants to discuss is, if you can't already see, she's been diagnosed with cancer.
Okay.
So her guests arrive. Let me see. Okay.
Oh, hey, real quick. Amy Schultz is here. So I assume that the dog is okay? Yes? Please let us know. She had the dog with the intestinal blockage.
I hope the dog's okay.
Me too. After tonight, we need the dog to be okay.
we need good news.
Is that beef Wellington?
That is a beef Wellington.
I'm not going to bring it up, but somebody in the chat spoiled this.
Yeah, they did.
Jerks. All right. Anyway, listen, I have a fun slideshow planned for us all, so just you watch.
Buckle in, guys.
So as her guests arrive,
the same. Yes.
I didn't want to say anything. It's not. Don't worry about it.
Anyways, it's like the tin cans.
Liam break the bed.
Telephone.
Liam break the bed. Don't make me jazzy you because spoiling is bad business, sir.
It's bad. Yeah. It's bad. You'll be banned for spoiling.
We've banned for less. We've banned for nothing.
We'll ban for less. Yeah. Don't ruin this for me. I'm trying to lighten the mood.
We love you, Liam.
Yeah, we're lightening the mood with some different form of murder. Yeah.
This goes to show that even when it's dark, I can't be serious. This is just like. So as our guests arrive, Erin is preparing plates of, you guessed it, beef Wellington with a mushroom sauce, and Gail and Heather offer to help her carry or prepare the plates to carry them for the meal, and she's like, no, I've got this. She's a single mom. She need no help. So she does, however, take help with carrying the plates to the table. And in this, the guys help too. So everyone's taking plates, but they notice that she's carrying her own plate that is a different color than all of the other plates. So whereas all the other plates were gray, hers was orange. So it's, and she used some excuse like, I ran out of plates, but one of the guests found it strange. And you can only assume that the one guest is the attempted murder.
Murder, yeah.
He did survive, so he did find it a bit strange.
Princess Bride fans never started a land war in Asia.
So at the end of lunch, the guests leave and her kids return home, and they didn't find anything out of the ordinary. I think maybe the kids did interact with the guests. I can't remember, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. But Erin was upstairs building Lego. She was
building a mushroom. How funny.
I just a mushroom. I have her building a beef Wellington. She looks so happy.
And her dog looks even happier.
Yeah, I don't know why I put a dog in there, but One thing I will say is
sometimes it just embellishes.
It did a regular dog in one and a brick-built dog in the other.
I know. I really wanted her to have a dog, and this is I want to.
Sorry.
I want to put this out there is that whatever I typed in to ChatGPT, it's here. So if it's really, really messed up, we've left it as it is. So
well, she has a vintage shirt on. It says so.
Vintage castle, yeah. Vintage castle and yellow beef Wellington.
I do love this comment. It's a UCS beef Wellington.
That is the UCS version.
And Amy Schultz says, "I'm glad to see her smiling where previously she was so overwhelmed."
Very overwhelmed.
So I have a question at this point. Was the cancer diagnosis a real thing? Or did she make it up? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll let you cook. Go ahead.
Anyways, yes, I'm cooking them. So nothing seems weird, and the kids even have some of the leftovers of the beef Wellington.
From mom's plate?
This can't be good.
So they were in the fridge, and the kids were like, "Yeah, it was delicious. We had some of the beef Wellington."
Liam Brick the Bed is a fan of beef Wellington himself.
I will add that, and I have to say, beef Wellington is a pretty I don't know, it's a bougie thing for a lunch. I'm just gonna whip up a beef Wellington with my ex's parents. It's just like,
well, none of us live in Australia, so maybe this is. We don't have Lego Team B here to confirm or deny that this is a thing they do for lunches.
Well, Liam Brick the Bed, I believe, is from Australia.
The dog build is pretty cute. Oh, well, then there we go. See, he does confirm.
Yeah.
Yes.
The dog build is adorable, and I like how they named it. They labeled it beef Wellington, so that you can actually see what it is.
That's the UCS placard.
Yeah. That could be cooked
the
spam.
engraved tile.
Yeah, if we didn't have the placard.
We got you. We got somebody here who can help us out.
So
We got Australians coming out of the woodwork here.
Not at my house.
Yeah. My mossy, but not at her house. No beef Wellington there.
So the kids have the leftovers, but here I might add, the kids don't like mushrooms, so they don't have the mushroom sauce on it.
Yes.
Interesting. You should mention that.
Interesting. Just stop. Oh, wink. So nothing seems weird. And the next day, Erin complains that she's not feeling well. She's back to looking miserable. Erin's not feeling well. And at this point, that would be Sunday. And the party or the lunch was on Saturday. And so she doesn't know it at this point, but her 4 lunch guests have kids are true. So her 4 lunch guests have actually already checked into the hospital for being violently ill, for gastro issues. And she is also very sick. And so, she spends the day in bed, and the kids do mention that at no point did they see her actually get up and go to the bathroom, because she kept making comments, "Oh, I don't know if I can drive here because I might have to use the bathroom," but they never actually see her using the bathroom to get sick in. So they did find that was weird. So they thought that maybe she was playing it down, that she wasn't, that she was trying to appear not as sick as she actually was. But in any case, on Monday, she decides to go to the hospital. And so while she's at the hospital, the nurses and doctors are treating her, and the other 4 people are still in the hospital. And they figure out that based on the proximity and based on what the other patients are saying, that maybe this person was the host of the dinner party.
Mm-hmm.
And so the doctors make a note of it. And I
would say so. Look at me. I also have food poisoning.
I'm also
sick.
It's a black lung. So she quickly realizes that she's under a lot of scrutiny. So she checks herself out of the hospital against their wishes. But as far as they could tell, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with her. But she does check out early. And
she has a case of the murders, I think.
Exactly.
And the attempted murder.
Yep.
Both. It's a symptom.
So let's see. All right, I have 20 pages of notes here.
Beef Wellington was delicious.
It was. So a week goes by, and Heather Gale Don Patterson and Gail and Don Patterson pass away, and then Heather passes away as well. And Ian remains hospitalized for 2 months and receives a liver transplant. So it is oops. I guess I'm
I did this.
on here.
I did that.
Oh,
I did
you did
that.
that. Oh, okay. Oh,
Jeez.
you did that. Oh, okay. Oh,
Jeez.
sorry. I
All
thought
right.
it was me.
So aunt and mother and aunt are dead. And
Mother,
who's the other
father, and aunt are
Aunt.
dead.
So
And
Ian was the one that was like,
Heather's
something's
husband.
off, but he ate it anyway?
yeah,
Well,
he
But
was
he didn't
like,
eat a lot of it.
he didn't eat a lot of it.
'Cause he was
No,
like,
no, I don't know what happened, but he ends up surviving, but he gets a liver transplant. He's just very,
Okay.
hardy, I guess.
All right, we're back on track.
And yep, so he receives a liver transplant, and it really does. It does. Oops.
Yeah.
Oop, nope, we got it. Nope, we're here.
Okay. So it is determined that the guests died of death cap mushroom poisoning.
We've
And
had
the
a lot of
police-
guesses about that along the way. Let's
Yep.
see. Genotron's bricks. Liam break the bed about 19 times.
Yep. Yep. So it's determined that they died of, the death cap mushroom poisoning, and the police immediately set their sights on Erin because she's the only one that's doing all right.
And also has motive.
She has motive, but like, what could the motive really be?
It seemed like
vengeance,
targeting husband, and
Yeah.
then like the other people were like, "Oh, we're coming," and she's like, "Well, I'm already committed." Like,
Yeah, I
why'd you
guess.
want to kill
Did
them?
she not invite them though?
So she didn't invite the aunt and the uncle
Oh,
until the
oops,
husband
okay.
canceled. The husband canceled. It was really supposed to be him and his parents,
Mm-hmm.
which that would establish
guess
motive.
makes
So
sense.
then I'm like, why do you want to kill the aunt and uncle? That makes sense.
And why would you want to kill the parents too in the first place? So they couldn't get custody of the kids?
I don't know. Allegedly, this is all alleged.
Alleged. Oh yeah, because she's still
she's still innocent until proven guilty. If
maybe
that's
she
how that
accidentally picked the death caps of mushroom and put them in everyone's meal but hers.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it could be.
It's possible.
Yeah, could be. So there is evidence that, and ChatGPT did label the mushrooms for me, which I said thank you.
Goodness. Yeah.
Thank God you labeled them. I was a little worried. There is evidence that she was a forager and she loved picking mushrooms.
Yeah.
And evidence also pointed to her buying a dehydrator and dehydrating the mushrooms the day before the lunch. So that's out there. But she denied those claims and said that the mushrooms were bought at an Asian grocery store 45 minutes away.
So is dehydrating mushrooms, does it make them more poisonous or something?
I'm not sure what it does,
Okay.
but it was a big part of the case was that she had
Buying
a
that
dehydrator.
dehydrator. Okay.
It was, she had a dehydrator and that she was picking mushrooms, but she claims that she does not have a dehydrator. And when they checked the house, there was no dehydrator found.
Oh, it's buried in the forest.
Right.
With that dog.
Yeah.
That if you're going to use them as part of the recipe and you pick them yourself, they need to be dehydrated.
I'm not
So
sure.
that's like the difference between, oh, I bought it at the store and I picked mine myself and then dehydrated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But I just can't imagine. I mean, I don't really know when the last time I had beef Wellington is, but I can't imagine that dried mushrooms, dehydrated mushrooms would taste good, but that's just me.
Well, then you put it in a sauce then, and it probably rehydrates them to some
Oh,
degree.
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
But
I don't know.
they probably like need to be dried out before you can use them.
And if you're foraging, you probably dry them out. They'll last longer if you dry them out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not either.
That makes sense, actually.
Yeah.
So, yep, she claimed that she bought the mushrooms from an Asian grocery store 45 minutes away, but she could not name the grocery store. She didn't remember what it was
It's the one that's 45 minutes away. Just,
It's like I just went there, but she
It
could.
was-
She
it was that one.
She offered no help.
I paid
as
cash
to-
and walked there.
Yep. She had no help as to how she got there, where it was. And so when the police came to question her, she gave them a fake or alternate cell phone number.
What?
Yeah. So she gave him a
Here's,
different cell phone number.
My burner
As his-
phone. Oops.
Yeah, here's my burner phone. And instead of her actual phone. And they ended up And they ended up finding out that she had an
does.
actual phone number. Yeah, who drives 45 minutes for mushrooms? From your Asian grocery store.
She's overwhelmed, okay? She wanted to take a drive, sir.
Is beef Wellington like a well-known Asian dish? Because it's not.
So
like,
I'm
you need
Asian and I've never I
Yeah.
can't even remember
All you
the
need
last time I had a beef
Asian
Wellington.
mushrooms for it.
I don't think I've ever had one.
Like
I'm pretty sure it's like an English dish.
it
Brit-
is.
yeah.
I think I've
Yeah.
had it one time in college and that was it, you know.
Murderous Dutron. We've got the prosecutor team in the chat who knew.
Exactly. So she gives them this
an
this
English
fake
dish.
phone number. She has another.
This is driving me nuts. I will stick on this for a while. I'm sorry. That's amazing.
Yeah, she gives a fake phone number and
555-2755.
she has another cell phone. So they take that cell phone and they're looking through it and they're like, wait, this is not the number that everyone else has for you. Where's your phone? And then they find out that her phone, her real phone, has been wiped clean multiple times.
Multiple times.
Gotta get rid of the Google of where do I
Googling how to
find
murder
death
your
cat
in-law.
mushrooms
Yeah,
and
yeah, all of these things.
What are my
So-
dehydrator settings for my death cat mushrooms? Yeah.
Right. Like, and by the way, I tried to ChatGPT a picture of her buying death cat mushrooms at an Asian grocery store, and it said this goes against her policies.
Oh,
because
no.
Death cat mushrooms are illegal.
So we know this one. We say, okay, can you get me an image that's as close to what I want as possible? And
As
then it will
possible.
give you an image of her buying death cat mushrooms.
Cat mushrooms, exactly.
And it-
45% chance Sonic the Hedgehog is in the picture, though.
It didn't have a problem with it here.
No,
Look at this picture. It literally says death cat mushrooms in
it
it.
just labeled it. I don't know, but I think
You
they
see-
said the selling of illegal goods.
Oh, oh, okay.
Selling
It's
of
okay to go
illegal-
out and pick them yourself.
The real
Yeah,
problem
but-
was she asked for it at an Asian grocery store. They were like,
Yeah,
no,
I think
can't do
that was-
No, yeah, that's
a
racist.
big-
crossing the line.
It is
Yeah.
racist. I know.
Especially since she was only making beef Wellington, which is an English dish.
An English dish.
You
Well, she's
don't need to go to an Asian
multicultural.
grocery store for this.
She's multicultural. Well, eventually, death cat was closer. Yeah, exactly.
If you're 45 minutes away, you're too close. Yeah.
So eventually, there was
Yeah,
enough evidence to convict her of murder in 3 counts and then 1 attempted murder because
Or
the
to
police were
charge, at
like,
least.
you know what, just enough of this. Like
Let's-
you're just enough.
Let's be clear, she's not convicted yet. She was charged.
Not convicted yet. She's
Yeah.
been charged. Her trial has been going on for the past few months, and the jury is still trying to deliberate and find out if she's guilty. And I think they, as of Friday, I think was like day 5. Like they're still trying to figure this out.
All right. Well,
So
I think
will,
this needs a poll. I want to hear what
Well,
the tainted think if she's
I'm going to give
guilty
you
or not.
the deceptions that were listed in court.
Ooh, okay.
And so I will leave it to you to decide, but here are the 8 of them because there's 8. Okay, so
Love it.
first, she gave a fake phone number, and when the police finally discovered her phone, it had been wiped clean multiple times.
Make sure you label your fake phone.
I like how
ChatGPT did
how
that
the-
for me.
This
Yeah,
is the
look at
fake
Apple
one.
I
That's
promise
the
you that's
fake.
not an Apple phone, guys. It's not the right camera configuration.
This is my Snapple phone.
Yes.
And then she was she was witnessed foraging for mushrooms in the days before, and her own son admitted that she did this regularly as a hobby, but she never took him. She never agreed to take him, and he was very upset that she never took him foraging. And he said on multiple occasions she would pull over on the road and take pictures of mushrooms.
Just taking pictures of mushrooms. I forage with my eyes, not my
Yeah,
hands. There we go.
exactly.
Innocent. You can't poison people with pictures of mushrooms.
You can't. She insisted that she bought the mushrooms from an Asian grocery store, but couldn't remember the name. And if she did, and I added this in, if she did buy them at an Asian grocery store, like let's say this is true. Oh, you know what? Okay, this is making sense. This is making sense. So I do go to an Asian grocery store quite often because I'm Filipino.
I live across the street from one, so I go to one all the damn time.
You know the dry mushroom aisle? No, they have like a dry mushroom aisle. This is making sense. Yeah. They're for like their old medicinal, like because they all like my people live to like 100 years old. This is why they must eat dehydrated mushroom. This is making sense. Anyways, she insisted
everything's just kind of like there at my store.
Yeah,
anyway, I don't think things are particularly organized by anything.
Oh, I'll send you a picture.
Okay.
It's very organized.
I'll send you a picture of mine.
Yeah, they have a counter and everything. She insisted that she bought the mushrooms from an Asian grocery store, but she couldn't remember the name. And I added this in. If she did buy the mushrooms from an Asian grocery store, wouldn't more people be sick?
This story was told amazingly, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. Like, they know what they're doing.
Like, she claimed
she's the only one who bought the tainted mushrooms.
She's the only one that bought the tainted mushrooms.
Also, then that person would be culpable, and she seems like maybe she's that much. Like, I don't want to incriminate anybody else.
Yeah,
it was just an Asian grocery store, and it was only open
minutes away
for a week, and then they left the country. Remember that one?
Pop-up Asian grocery store.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was 45 minutes away, but I don't remember which direction.
So after the police had pressured her,
did she go to the death cap aisle? Oops,
so
I can't read the language.
It's so bad. After the police had pressured her, she did finally admit that she does forage, and she said that the mushrooms must have gotten mixed in with her mushrooms that she foraged, and she must have made a mistake and foraged the wrong mushrooms.
Is tainted mushroom trademarked? Well, I have a trademark attorney.
There you go. She later admitted that she did buy a food dehydrator. ChatGPT loves to label things. At least mine does.
Obviously, yes.
That's a good.
Look at how happy she is.
Yeah, no kidding, guys.
Is that what a dehydrator looks like?
Yes.
I don't know. It does. But she's in the microwave aisle, so I guess that makes sense. But she said she disposed of it because she didn't want to get into trouble once she realized that people were getting sick from her beef Wellington. And she didn't want child services to check the food dehydrator and find remnants of the death cap that she didn't know that she accidentally picked. This is her story.
Wow.
So number 6.
Oh.
She did dispose of the food dehydrator many towns away, even though there was a landfill near her home. But she did go the extra mile to drive 45 minutes to the Asian grocery store.
I say, was it further than the Asian grocery store that she drove?
She did dispose it in the middle.
Yeah, she
now
went
ChatGPT
to the Asian junkyard to throw out the
exactly
the food dehydrator. Yeah.
Now ChatGPT did ask.
Yeah.
They did ask for specifics in this one. I said, please make her look suspicious throwing away her food dehydrator, and it said, "Do you want it at night?" I said yes, absolutely. I want it at night. So in the background there should be a dumpster there, but it did ask me if it wanted it at night.
There's a dumpster. I can see it on my screen.
You can see it. It's like
there is a dumpster. Yeah,
it is.
It's just very dark.
It's very dark. It did ask me, it did ask me, do you want it at night? I said absolutely.
We have a Tanya of tainted mushrooms in the house tonight. Is what's happening for sure.
All of us are here. So the medical professionals
who she's cured. It must have been the death cap mushrooms.
The medical professional who testified said that she did not and never had been diagnosed with cancer, which was the whole reason for the lunch. Okay.
All right.
And are you ready for number 8?
Yes.
Okay.
Never been more ready for something in my life.
This is her ex-husband.
Cute.
And during his
that kind of looks like Matt Husband. My husband's more attractive, but
yeah.
He's got similarities.
Is this AI generated or he?
No, this is actually
he's naturally
photo.
He's also naturally looking overwhelmed.
Yeah, he does. And I'll tell you why. Because her ex-husband,
like attracts like. Yeah.
During their marriage, had been hospitalized on 4 separate occasions and had been in a coma for 16 days and had 3 surgeries to treat him. And the reason was for
food
stomach
poisoning.
and gastro problems.
Did he have a liver transplant?
Cap mushrooms.
No. So
oh my God.
that is the end of my thing. Do we think now her defense, which I forgot to add in there, her defense team is saying that the reason why she was acting weird in the days and weeks following was because she was nervous. She had accidentally picked the wrong mushrooms and she didn't want to get in trouble, so she was trying to hide evidence that she made a mistake, and that hiding evidence from a mistake will make you look guilty. But
that is amazing.
But there are some things that I think are very alarming. Is one, that she never had cancer, which was the reason for the lunch, and Ian is the witness to it. And also her ex-husband had been sick on multiple occasions, and she also invited him to the lunch. So
yeah,
there you have it.
Hello, Aubrey. You just missed all the insanity.
Yeah. I'm glad we ended on mine because I did throw some humor in there, but
thank God. And you presented the story better than either of us. I would say you win for story presentation. Ben comes in second. I come in third.
This is my favorite.
Dark and terrifying.
Anyways, so we'll leave this up here because it is Lego Crimes. Because it is Lego Crimes. Do we?
I love our banners tonight, Ben.
I'm thinking of a cover for it. I will, because I already cried during Ben's story. So we have to remember she is still innocent
until proven guilty.
And
that dog loves her in both pictures.
Does that apply in Australia too? I think it might.
Probably.
She's building. You know what I love? She's building the beef Wellington in the kitchen. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, you're right. She's building the death cap mushroom in the forest. Like ChatGPT knows that she's guilty, as well as do the tainted. Because guilty, 92%, 7% of the tainted said no.
What?
Well, granted, that's only with 13 votes, so I think that would be one person clicked no, and they might have accidentally clicked no. I do want to update everyone. So the dog came out of surgery okay. 18 inches of fabric in his stomach and intestines.
God.
That is a dog that ate a toy. I've seen this happen many times. He's recovering well at the hospital. Knew we would be caring. We do. Please keep us updated. It sounds like he's going to be okay.
Thank God.
Makes me very happy. I stopped throwing up comments just because there were spoilers for the story in there. So I do apologize if I missed any bangers. I think we got most of them up there. You guys are hilarious tonight. Nicole, absolutely amazing presentation.
Thank you. It's the ChatGPT I really have to thank.
Yeah.
The AI, I don't like it, but this one I had to.
Ben and I feel the same way. Like, we've had a lot of fun with it. We're not crazy about what it's doing and like what it's taking over and how it's like making our minds work differently. But outside of that, sometimes it makes some really funny shit.
Yes, if it helps with the joke or the presentation, that's one thing. It's different if you're like using it to present an idea that's your own.
Yeah.
But I mean, how else are we going to get that picture?
How else would we get this? How else would we be there in the important moments of this story?
No shit. And yours is perfect for it, because I wouldn't have wanted to see any ChatGPT pictures from Ben's story or mine, but definitely not Ben's.
No.
Yeah.
But if you guys look her up,
I can't wait.
Horrible.
Oh my God.
Like, the pictures are so bad that
she's bonkers.
She is bonkers. So what do we think?
I always say, like, it always surprises me when I hear about Australians like this that are like really get themselves worked up over shit, because like the Australians that come to Brickworld Chicago are the most chill people I've ever met in my life. Like, they let everything roll off their back. Sarcasm reigns. Any sensitivity is fair game. Like, and then this woman's just like, I want to murder some bitches just for funzos.
With a beef Wellington.
Right. Which is a common murder weapon. Bishop family is asking if there's mushrooms in Animal Crossing, and there are several mushrooms in Animal Crossing. There's an entire furniture line based off of it. Every fall, mushrooms grow on your island. You pick them to be able to make certain recipes, which are
like beef Wellington.
Like beef Wellington. There are mushroom recipes in the game too, actually.
Oh my God.
Oh boy, we can do an entire poisoning episode of Brickworld Crossing.
Animal Crossing murder.
Ooh.
I think I found your character for Fur and Feather. You've got a mushroom picking.
Yes.
Apothecary.
100%. Frolicking the Forest is one of my favorites. She's so happy. She is so ludicrously happy. I do love, I've had this experience as well. ChatGPT, if you give them an image of someone to recreate, they will put them in the exact same freaking outfit every time. It's like, this is what I wouldn't frolic in the forest in this necessarily. I think that denim would be chafing by the end of the day after all that poison mushroom picking.
She's like, this is boring having to buy my mushrooms at the Asian grocery store that I don't know where it is 45 minutes away.
Aubrey is very intrigued just by the pictures. Go ahead, Nicole, sorry.
I did say that I wanted her carrying a basket.
Oh, so Amy Schultz does say that she needs to replay the first hour. I'm intrigued by the stories, or don't, or just hang out.
Amy, before you look, we want to say this. Sorry for the
first hour is dark. Yeah. Are there death mushrooms? Yes. Skipping for murder.
The first hour is dark. I cried. So.
Death cap mushroom monsters. Yes, 100%. I'm totally into this. Yeah, so we did dark well. We did dark well.
Dark. We said dark.
We did say dark. Now, this does give me an idea for some of the other ones that I had bookmarked that I'm like, oh, it's a little bit too dark. Like Nicole's way of storytelling, actually even Ben's way of storytelling, better than mine just throwing out the news reports like this is what happened.
Yeah, you did make Nicole cry though.
I'm not going to say that I wasn't choked up either. It was a very difficult one to get through, man.
I think what got me was, I mean, kids, that's a hard one because I'm a parent, but like 3.
I'm not a parent. That was really hard.
That's hard.
The age of the kid was like the hardest. Little Red Riding Hood minus the hood.
I should make that right now. Let me see.
100%. Yes, and it's like, let's thank random.org for the serendipity of putting us in the order that we did.
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
Yes.
Yeah, because I was like, oh my God, if they put me first, this might be too dark.
But if you had gone first and then I had gone after you and Ben had gone third, we'd have just been like,
we would have quit.
Good night, everybody. Good night. Sorry. Yes. So it kind of went in the perfect order.
Yes.
The mood would have been.
We got pushed into darkness with me. We got to the darkest with Ben. Like if we had to curate it and knew ahead of time, this is the order we would have put it in. Oh God. No, fascinating though. I like that's what I like about true crime, especially this format where we don't know what the other hosts are gonna talk about. It's like then you have to respond in real time. Same thing happens on Wine and Crime. Again, shameless plug because I'm not associated with them at all. I'm not a sponsor, but I do love the stream and or the podcast. It's on Spotify. I highly recommend it. If any of these disturbed you to the point where you don't want to watch this episode again, don't go subscribe to Wine and Crime because they're 10 times worse than this. 10 times worse than this.
But if you're into that, you can like and subscribe here.
Yeah. If you like tonight's darkness, which why wouldn't you?
Some people do, some people don't. You know, Mark, on our stream, our next topic was MOCs, but we're already 2 hours. Do we just want to skip that and go right to the Lego news tonight? What do you think?
We could probably do that. However, I did want to introduce, in the meantime, a new walk-up song for you.
Don your medieval hoodie and raise your flagon, 'cause Ben built a castle and a leg day dragon. But it's not about those builds or that he builds faster. His lifetime of work makes him a Brickworld master.
This year's Brickworld master is this guy, the guy on my left, everybody's favorite host, Mr. Ben Howard.
Ben won Brickworld Master, it's about freaking time. Ben is a Brickworld Master, the achievement of a lifetime. He built chunkified mechs, disgusting computer tech, soaring orange juggernauts, and beefy bathing astronauts. Yeah! Ben won Brickworld Master. Yeah! Ben won Brickworld Master. Yeah!
I'm glad I wasn't at medieval times this time. Mark and I do a live stream, as everybody knows, where I'll probably be able to get more of this out. I'm not much of a public speaker, very introverted. We talk about that on the live stream, but I'm going to have imposter syndrome for a while with this one. So thank you, everyone. I can't believe I won when there's so many builders I love out there still. So thank you.
All right, it's halfway done. We're halfway there. That is only half of the song.
Oh goodness!
But I had to get it out there. I've been sitting on it for 3 fucking weeks, and I'm like, all right, there's a lot of busy work in creating that particular song, and just finding footage for it. I'm just like, all right, yikes!
I've been raising my flag and all
Oh,
night.
check out this. Hold on. Wait, remove.
There you go. We got the flagon and the death cab mushroom lady. There we go.
Bring her back real quick.
Oh, medieval times.
That's the Red Riding Hood version of Erin the Karen.
Oh, she's beautiful.
Yes.
She looks so happy. I'm jealous. I should have gotten a medieval times cup.
Well,
I'm surprised you don't have one.
In mine, but maybe next year you can get one.
Haven't you been there 3 times?
Yeah, haven't you?
I'm not.
Red Knight to
next
bring
year,
one next
I'm gonna
time he
sit.
comes to Brickworld to see you.
If I knew that you were doing your own keynote, I would have been front row.
You're all good. You're all good. I'll get it.
You do it again next year, I'm front row.
I'll upload it. So I have somebody that I've asked to do next year's keynote. I don't plan to ever do one again. But I will get.
I'll still be front row.
Thank you. I say Jonathan Brick says I don't do true crime as it tends to be dark. Yeah, well, you walked into it tonight. I do apologize.
Yeah.
So Reed, you definitely did leave and come back at the right time. Jazzy Viking Bricks likes the song. Jonathan Bricks is laughing at something. I don't know what. But we're moving on to Lego news.
Yeah,
Lego crimes to Lego news and skipping mocks tonight. I think, which is fine because I have things to show, but I don't know if you notice a difference in mine if you just looked at it.
Yeah, and I think I need to do. I've got something on the table.
Aubrey suggested I just do the keynote at Medieval Times next year. I love that.
Not a bad idea.
Sorry.
And we do have a lot of Lego news. Normally we've had a lot of slow weeks, but these mostly are all coming out August 1st. We already know we have a crazy August 1st. We're definitely doing FPJ. What's the full banner?
Clearance cancel.
Yes. FPJ clearance cancel for August 1st. We got to do that.
Colloquially, Mary Fuck Kill.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or Mary Kiss Kill if you're, not as
no, that's not the game.
As Mark.
That's not the game though.
That's too dark.
So let's get into what we've got here. The very first thing we have.
Oh yeah, there we go. The little red evil Karen.
Yeah, Erin Karen. That's what we
Erin
call
Karen. There we go.
At the time that we first talked about this, there were 5 Star Wars sets. There ended up being several more.
Yeah.
So the coming out in August announced sets, we can start, I'm thinking, with the MTT here.
Hot. I like this.
Hot.
So this is kind of a smaller version.
I like me some dark blue though.
$160 for only 976 pieces.
Holy crap, that's a terrible price per parts.
Yeah, so I think there's going to be a lot of complaints about that.
There's not even that many panels in there. Are there like a shit ton of figures? Do they have like 97 battle droids in there? No, there's only 6.
Only 6, which is far fewer than a normal MTT would have. So it's kind of like a mini MTT.
Buyer?
Which is the name of this little carrier here. Only 6 droids. It does have a stab, and it does have some of these assassin droids in here, as well as some commander, somebody who the clone people, the Star Wars people probably know.
I thought it was sexy until I heard the price per parts ratio.
Yeah,
I think you'll find that with a lot of these.
Really?
That might be a theme.
Oh, my loner's fading here.
Because Lan sent me some of the sets, and then I've been looking at prices, and I'm like,
yeah,
you're like good thing I'm Lan.
We'll talk about that too when we get to the last one that was announced, which I think Mark will have a reaction to. I already saw Nicole posted about this.
Yeah, that when I recorded that video and then I looked at the price, I was like,
Yeah, I think all of these are basically anything over $100 is $30 too expensive on these.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this based on the number of figures and other things probably should have been like a 130 set or a little less, not 160 for sure.
probably should have been about 100 with
I wonder
900
if it's
pieces.
because of the tariffs.
Like-
Could it be tariffs?
Oh, fuck balls. You might be right.
I think it's tariffs because IP tax is always higher, but I've noticed everything is $30 more than it should be. Literally everything.
I can do it. I can do an entire episode based just on all the extra shipping we had to pay for this year for Brickworld Chicago with groups from Lego there, and they were shipping stuff to us. They caught wind of it and started ordering stuff locally and having it sent to me directly. Thank God.
Yeah.
They're so patient. But they put in the extra legwork to do that, and they shouldn't have to. Anyway, I'm going to drop this tariff subject before I get too
fired up. Yeah.
my undies too far in a bunch.
We've got an amazing lamp and some old crazy piece of tech back here. I don't know what it is, but
it's the cheese grater lamp again.
The cheese grater lamp is back.
Yeah, it's good for Parmesan.
This person here is getting some fun playtime in with the MTT. It only has 6 droids that come out.
Oh, so YOLO
stacked on there, but only 6.
YOLO anticipation, nothing. So
it
EU
is actually real.
Struck with this for a while, like since I would say we've had trouble with it since March through Brickworld.
Mm-hmm. And I've had issues with it as well.
Marty Becker says, I can't even read his name. Mark Becker. What? Marty Becker says the Lego Star Wars August release overall is a crime scene. Yes. Perfect for Lego Crimes tonight.
Maybe they were waiting to announce these so late because they knew the prices were insane.
Ben, I have a question.
Yeah.
Is the iPad on the step that this kid is working
not.
on? What?
No.
What? You mean there's no leaves in this?
Mark, I have a question.
Yes.
Is that iPad instruction even from this set?
No.
No.
Ben, I have another question.
Yeah.
Where currently is your toolbox lid filled with art supplies? Question mark. Architecture tools?
Mark, it is not in my Lego room. Mark, where's your cheese grater lamp?
This feels AI. This feels AI.
It does feel AI.
It does.
There's no balls. You're right. There are no balls in that picture. No. Yeah, but and it's Star Wars.
Yeah, so they've got some play features in this.
All the June releases had balls in their lifestyle shots.
Literally everyone.
$100. I think this would be okay. At 160, it's like
that's robbery.
What the hell, man? So that's the first one.
Clever Pig, thanks for joining us tonight. Very happy to see you here.
Let's drop over to the second $160 set.
Are you skipping the advent calendar? Do you have something against advent calendars?
No, that's old news.
Oh, is it? Never mind.
All right, this is
we
also
didn't cover it anyway. He hates them.
$160, and we've dropped now to 813 pieces, so that's 20 cents a piece.
Yeah, that's
what
good.
The fizz gig?
Mm-hmm. It's a smaller clone turbo tank. So not only is it a turbo tank, but just like the MTT, it is smaller and more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Let me give you
cool-looking figure helmets and molds.
Let me give you a smaller portion of death cat mushrooms, but charge you shiitake mushroom prices.
Exactly. Yep.
Asian grocery store prices.
Cool.
Oh, mine's cheap as.
Mine too. And let me tell you, that was the place to go during the pandemic.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, because no one was going in there. They had toilet paper.
Amy, oh, nice.
They did.
I didn't live near this one during the pandemic, but so I love that you guys know what I said. Do you know Fizzgig? Okay, so you don't, which is fine.
Oh, was that for us?
Yeah. Either one of you know Fizzgig?
No, I don't.
You guys never saw the movie The Dark Crystal?
No.
Down Slobricta does.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write that down. Is it good?
Fuck yes, it's the best Jim Henson vehicle ever.
And also had
and you need to see the Netflix series is 10 times better. Ben, they keep putting
there's a death cat mushroom lamp in this picture.
There is a death cat mushroom lamp
in this picture.
They keep putting unpolished slate in all of their lifestyle shots. Like this is something that you keep in your Lego room,
right?
With your gym lockers
and your telescope.
And your telescope.
Looks like a full skateboard instead of half a skateboard this time, though.
That's good. Mm-hmm. Nicole, we have to find for you the half a skateboard that ended up in a lifestyle shot.
Yeah.
It is literally one half of a skateboard. It makes zero sense. Unless they make them hinge somewhere.
I don't know.
At least this isn't like the pink void. We're just like it's just a pink background.
It's true.
It was the little Tribble in Dark Crystal. Yes.
Okay.
Wait, but you were the one who liked it that I said Fizzgig. At least you know how to spell it. I thought you did know. Amy Schultz, totally thought you'd be a Dark Crystal person, but still love you.
I'm watching it. It looks good.
Watch that movie as soon as possible.
I am. Yeah, it's
We
an
can
hour
have-
and a half. It just looks good. Yeah, I'm gonna watch that tonight.
It's dark.
Perfect.
I'll warn you right now.
It's called the Dark Crystal.
Perfect.
I hope you like puppets.
Oh, I do.
Okay, good.
Oh,
Hey,
we
Mark,
have a request to go back to the lamp. Yes, Ben, what's up?
question.
Ball. We got one.
Is this guy on the iPad instruction in this shot here?
No.
No.
Ben, I have a question.
Yeah.
Is this step from the set?
I mean, it's possible, but probably not.
It's possible. Yeah.
Yeah. It's possible, but probably not. Mark, do you leave
Yeah.
the corkboard on your desk like that?
I did not. Yeah, of course. Well, that's what my desk is. My desk is made out of corkboard.
Should be.
You have the VHS still. That might be worth a lot. Like VHS of like the old Muppet movies and Disney movies are like some
Is
of them are
that
worth like
back?
$50,000.
Wait, is VHS back?
Apparently, people
Oh,
still
good.
have players.
I do. I've kept all my VHS movies.
You
Are
should
they
be
worth
looking up.
something now?
Yes. Especially, I have a sealed copy of Cinderella that's supposed to be worth like 5 figures. I just have to like look into it.
What? Yeah, because I just couldn't carry it down, so they're all in a box.
Joellen loved that Yellow X called it a tribble. Agra, yes, Agra. There we go. Agra was one of my favorite characters. She is crazy. She has balls for eyes and she takes them out. Gentleman Brick says Ogre has zero fear. That's right.
Love that.
Agra is how you pronounce it. I have so many Disney movies on VHS. Me too. I just fished them all out of my mom's basement because I realized how much they were worth on eBay.
Oh, that's amazing.
Check
I
it
think
out.
All this means is nobody cares about the clone turbo tank / Republic Juggernaut. Here's the V19 turret, which also nobody's going to care about.
What is this chibi version of the V19 Torrent?
At least the price isn't as horrible. $65, 567 pieces, but it looks like a piece of crap.
I think it's cute.
Ugh. You even Star Wars, bro?
I think it's cute.
And look at this thing. That's not what the V19 turret looked like at all.
I think it's cute.
Okay.
For kids, it's 9+. That's the exact age demographic.
Right, Nicole, stop me if you've heard this one.
There's a Luke, a Leia, a Han, and a Chewie. Stormtroopers, Rancor, Boba Fett, and Yuakui. Obi-Wan, Tornaker, C-3PO, come on. Do you even Star Wars, bro? 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 Do you even Star Wars, bro?
Hey, those bros are cute.
Yeah, it was during my ChatGPT discovery phase where I was like, I can make beefy dudes. All right, I need to switch out some of those because I have some better images of what ChatGPT thought Star Wars was.
I really have no idea why they think that the cockpit should be yellow. It's kind of weird. But here we are. We've got Slade on the desk again. Because
Yeah.
why wouldn't you?
Yeah,
It just looks kind of chunky. I don't know.
it's like paneling on a folding table. And what is that death mushroom lamp? Like
Another death mushroom lamp, yeah.
Can't even keep it in the shot in the frame. Yeah, it's chunky.
It's very chunky.
It's a chunky. Like, do you think it's cute because it looks chibi, Nicole?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I'm gonna give it to Toothless.
Yes.
Yes.
Alongside this thing.
Is it supposed to look like that? Was this some sort of like okay?
Lego's about imagination. I have so many things that I'm gonna do with that thing. I'm gonna give it
Fair
to
enough.
Stitch. I'm gonna have Stitch play with it.
So there's also driftwood on this table.
Yeah.
That's been
yeah.
shellacked.
Lamp.
Well,
Got a chessboard.
You know about wood. If it doesn't drift, it's not driftwood.
This is somewhat similar to this. The step on the iPad is somewhat similar to what he's actually doing here.
Sort of, yeah.
It's somewhat of a miracle. It's the
I-
rules of randomness.
I don't see that exact piece combination in this set, but it's not outside the realm of possibility.
Nicole, look at this.
Yeah. Oh, you're wearing it! Yay! I'm so happy you are.
All right. So yeah, this one apparently Nicole thinks it's cute. I'm like, okay.
I will
But it's
say,
not
don't
crazy.
wear it in salt water. The face washes off.
Oh, does it? Yeah.
I
used to
wore.
get-
I had mine in Hawaii, and just gone. Face gone.
I wore mine in Lake Michigan, no problems.
No problems. Freshwater only. Freshwater. That's why I'm not wearing mine because I was at the beach. But
I also never get a Lego keychain if you take your keys in and out of your pockets a lot.
Yeah.
Because it'll just wear everything down.
yeah,
To the point where you have this weird sort of minifig skeleton that looks kind of like.
yeah, that's
like,
what my
oh,
gator
it's
looks like.
mummified.
Yeah, he looks like, and his cape is all like disintegrated.
The arms come off eventually because they like the nubs won't fit
Yeah.
anymore. Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't look good. No.
Oh, look at Star Wars.
Okay, I'm having fun
the
herding
most
cats today.
overpriced.
I don't know if
battle
this.
pack.
Well, okay, so battle packs were cheaper back in the day. They came up to about 30
Holy
bucks.
shit.
Yeah,
Now we're up
Mark.
to 45.
Yeah.
It's a good looking set, but it's not a $45 set, unfortunately.
No.
So I'm telling you, everything is like $30 too expensive.
See, and this is why I'm glad we haven't opened Brickworld badge sales yet, because we have to account for some of what's going to happen this year. Unfortunately, we're going to tier it so that we're at the same or close to the same price for like the first
You know what you do?
30 days.
This is what you should do.
Yeah.
You just knock them hard at the end. Like, because I think I paid like, what is it? Go to 200?
Yeah, that was the highest. Yeah, 200.
Yeah, that's what I did. Punish
You
us at
did?
the end. Yeah, punish us at the end. Punish us who wait. Punish us at the end.
You and I should talk.
No, I'm happy to pay it, but you know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Punish at the end. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
Yeah.
as I would tier it towards the end.
Yeah.
As you have done. You've done
So
it.
our end will be higher this year than
That's
that.
good. I will now
It
buy
needs
in
to be.
August. You've turned me into a planner. I will plan. I've never been a planner in my life, but I will plan.
Nicole is businessing. All right, nice. You guys should watch the Lego CPA post show live stream about Brickworld.
We've got driftwood in this picture again. Actually, this is rock. Another piece of rock.
So this is one of our favorite things that happens in lifestyle shots, Nicole, is nowadays they
More
turn all the
rocks.
binders, like all the books around so you can't see. Yeah, there's many different types
Another
of igneous rock.
That rock looks like a piece of Play-Doh.
Yeah.
Hey.
I don't know.
Go Labs.
I agree.
Okay.
No, I
Hey, Mark,
agree.
Is he building the V19 Torrent again?
I mean,
And by the way,
by the way, let me okay, I'm gonna rant for a second.
all right, let's get it. All right, sorry,
I
Ben.
will say I don't know how much it is when you buy it at a normal time because I've never bought it at a normal time
Yeah.
because I'm always a procrastinator. However, I will say this, $200, even though that seems expensive, that is well worth everything that you're getting from Wednesday all the way to Sunday night. Okay. This is the biggest Lego convention in the world. I'm not saying this to stroke your ego, Mark, but I'm saying like $200 is well worth what you are getting for the entire, basically a week, versus what you pay for other conventions for maybe less. You're getting way less anyways. So it's an experience. It's a once a year thing. It's on Father's Day. You're going to see the best builds there. It's well worth it. I have zero problem paying for it. Also, you get swag bags too. So you get like nice free stuff and you know, it's worth it. It's worth it. So if it goes up, just buy it earlier. Don't be stupid like me. That is my rant for the day.
I appreciate that like a lot.
It's worth it. It's worth like, you know what I mean? It's worth it. And that is my
Oh, Ben, I lost your screen. There it is.
I got it.
Yeah, thank you. That was kind of like the entire point of Lego CPA stream, and I was like watching it like this.
I mean, you pay that for one day at Disney World. like less. Like you get, you know what I mean? It's like one day at Disney World.
Look at that.
Make the day pass a little higher. Well, anyway,
look at
that. We sort of talked about Lego news.
Yeah,
insanely expensive. So that's what we got there.
Well, I think that like these are the least exciting ones for me, and the price is like really making me want to barf about this. These next few we should really talk about.
$70. OMG.
There's some bangers in here actually.
700 pieces.
This is a hard one to sell at this. The reason they did it is because of the UCS version was already at that for price per part. So they couldn't chunk this one up in price because who would buy it if they get a better value for the other one?
What did the Boba Fett one though that looks basically like this cost? Maybe it had fewer pieces, but that was like a $50 set. And I guess
I think it was 50.
But still.
What was that, 2 years ago, I think?
Yeah.
That was 2 years ago.
But yeah, I mean, it's basically just if you own the big, now you can have the little because Lego's obsessed with doing that right now. You've got the
It's
UCS version and the regular version. Like they need to do that. Mark, you were a big fan of the Force Burner. It's only 350 pieces though for $55, Mark.
Yeah, I was a fan of this in the first place, and now I've seen the series, and this makes me want to. This is from season 2, which hasn't been released yet. I like that they have both brothers in here. There's a new villain in this one.
Lightsabers are on a chain, apparently.
Yes. Yeah, they're like nunchuck lightsabers, apparently.
Oh, yeah,
which I don't know that would necessarily work the way nunchucks are supposed to work. But maybe. The price.
Out of the bottom.
The price is
absurd.
Not the worst.
No, it's absurd.
What is it again? Sorry.
It's 300 pieces, $55.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's insane.
It's crazy.
That's like 20 cents per piece.
Yeah, it's not good.
Or worse, even.
Kid looks happy though.
He does.
Oh, the kid is enjoying the hell out of this thing.
He sure as fuck didn't pay for it. His parents bought him this set.
Yeah, he did.
The Boba one was $50. Yeah.
I do like the speeder. I like the new cockpit mold.
Slab.
Oh, it's
yeah. We're not sure what that is.
Granite
or a eraser? I'm not sure. A sponge? I have no idea what this is.
His parents are testing out some new materials for their kitchen counters.
Bong. There's a bong in this shot.
Yep.
He's on the same step as we saw in the MTT, or maybe the turbo tank.
Go back one shot, please, because I see something I want to bring up. There's a cheese grater pencil holder.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Got that with the cheese grater lamp. So yes, if you want stickers and to pay $55, you will get that cool cockpit piece that I think people will be interested in.
I think it looks cool, actually. I'd make windows
$55, man,
for a space castle out of that.
350 pieces, $55. All right. Let's get to Wicket. Here he is.
That price was just absurd.
So 1,000 pieces, $130.
Oh, that one was good, and it was $50.
Yeah.
But that was. Are you guys saying the 2010 version of Jango Fett's Slave
the last
One?
Boba Fett Starfighter, the one that was $50.
Yes, but it was called Slave One, so we can say that.
Was it still called Slave One? At the time?
Yeah.
But it was. Are we talking about the 2010 one with the Han frozen?
No,
the frozen Han mold in it.
There was one in like 2020.
It was a couple years ago. Probably came out when Book of Boba Fett came out.
Yeah.
So we got Wicket here. Lots of brown fur pieces. He's got a cute little spear tip on his spear, I guess.
Nice.
New Wicket minifig. Dark orange, which I like. No. And here he is on display.
Oh, okay.
Did you find it?
I think no, I didn't. I think several things about this. I think Wicket needs a thigh gap.
Okay. Maybe.
I think as a parts pack, this is great. I think the sculpture itself is a little chunky.
We got two people.
It's small. It's like this big.
Oh,
they're either 30 or 15, and I can't tell, so I don't know who this is for.
The guy on the left has a bit of a beard.
I think it's cute.
Right.
Cute, but $130 cute.
Thank you very much, Ben. I had a beard at 12, which was not sexy at all. It was not the key to popularity that you might think it would be, having a beard at 12.
I
Rickett
love the
have a
buildable
stud shooter?
characters. No,
I don't think he does.
No,
Then why is
but I
there a stud
wish.
shooter in
the
those
instruction?
in this
I don't know.
instructions?
no, he does
Liam
not.
loves.
I appreciate that
him.
Liam likes this. I wish I liked it because I like Ewoks. He needs his body shape is what annoys me. Thigh gap is only part of it. His legs need to be a little bit wider. He needs a wider
Yeah.
stance, and his body. It's almost like it's a sculpture to hang on the wall than it is a figure to pose. Do we have a? Can you look at the ass on this?
You can't pose. I can go get it. It's right down there. Do you want me
Yeah,
go
I'd like
get
to
it?
look at the butt.
All right, let me go get it.
Kinda
Yeah,
stiff.
thank you.
The hiney.
What's
Yeah.
he holding in his hand? Is that like the food Leia gives him?
Yes, because otherwise, I do appreciate the dinosaur. Hey, we've got some.
I don't know. Yeah, so people do like him, but
Yes.
they're afraid.
Listen,
They're afraid. I think that he needs to be rebuilt. He's a little too stiff. Seems to be the consensus. And $130. I don't know if he's in scale with the other figures, but he is expensive.
okay, real quick PSA, you guys. Some 15-year-olds can grow a full beard. Okay, it's a thing that happens with testosterone. That's unfortunate for some and fortunate for others. But if you're one that it was unfortunate for, okay, it's thicker than I thought. His face looks good, but somebody pointed out his legs to me, and now it bothers me. Yes. And his face looks good, like only from directly the front. Here, hold on, Nicole, let's bring you up. Boing, 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 boing. There, whoops. Hold on. Let's do it this way.
Okay.
Girl bricks a lot, and then
see.
this. Yeah, let's check you
can see
out.
him. Okay.
It's
Looks
a lot
like
easier
that.
to just press the solo button, but that's okay.
I don't know where that button is. You shut
How
up.
this was built was very cool because it's on like a angle
Whoa, it's
inside.
weak as
Well-
fuck,
well,
though.
Well, I
You
also
almost,
did.
you almost punched his face out. It does look really cute from here. I like the face a lot better
the
seeing it in
top.
person. Oh, nice. The stitching, I like that. All right, I like that they are coming out with these.
His toes are really cute. If you're a foot fan,
I am, but not if you can't. Not if there's no thigh gap. Like, okay, I love the staff because those pieces are coming out in
He's got
what
frog
medium
butt.
nougat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. See, that's frog butt.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh no,
well,
I see it.
We're getting some split opinions here. Clever Pig says it's way worse up close. Marty Becker says it's better than Chewie. Jazzy
Which
Bro-
isn't hard.
And there's
JBB
not
says
really
looks
any
cuter.
movement at all. Like it goes like.
I want this for parts if it's not brittle. Like that's what it's definitely worth the price. Wait, no, it's not because the cost is insane, right?
The cost is
It's a little
$130,
crazy.
which like look
For how many
small he is.
pieces?
1,010.
And 10.
10.
That's not as far off as some of the others for price per part.
It's not great though. It should
But
be
there's no,
$100
and, and there's no minifig, so what else would you
Does
expect?
have a
There's
minifig.
It does have a minifig. It's downstairs, and it comes with a plaque, a big printed plaque, and there's
Yellow.
some stickers.
Yellow X, if we had to do over the tainted collaborative build for next year, I would assign you
His toenails.
beauty salon Ewoks is what you would get just from that comment. Looks like it's holding an X-Acto knife blade.
It's kind of what it looks
Actually,
like. Kind of what it looks like.
You're not
It
wrong.
does.
You're not wrong there.
I think it's
Dynasty.
very cute. I would have paid the 130 eventually at some point. It just wouldn't have probably been a day one. It's the same thing as like 3PO. I didn't buy that day one, but I did wait for a sale. So
No, I like seeing the full thing because you get an idea of all of the different curves. Look at the dark orange curves in that, Ben. Do you not want
Yeah.
that for some sort of spaceship?
I want it. I don't want to pay $130 freaking dollars for it, bro.
There's all sorts of ways to get a Yellow X as Ewok beauty parlor, Ewok on sale. Yes,
It'll hit the sale. I
will.
didn't buy a Chewy, but I didn't buy a Chewy when it was new. I bought two Chewies on clearance because they were super cheap.
yeah.
Dawn, no. What you should do is reach out to David Turner, who's not heard of it from me yet, and then it'll happen faster. Actually, I'll text David right now.
We did sort of talk about scale a little bit, but we're
We did.
more interested in that second question. No, there's not a Discord server yet.
No. So I'm just gonna I'm typing this live so you guys all know I did. David, can I
Alright,
get a
well-
group tag
While Mark's working on that, we can go
on
back
Discord
to this.
for Tainted?
We do have a UCS set coming out as well. It is a
That
UCS
looks
ATST. 1,500 pieces for $200. does have a figure with the pilot.
That's better.
This is the second UCS ATST that's come out.
Sexy.
I think
like
this
it.
one's better looking than the first. I do have the
Agreed.
first. Should I go grab the original?
Yeah, grab
You
it.
100% should. I can't control your screen though in the meantime. This is what, so it comes with one figure. So the original had those, do you remember those like spyglass hinges, Nicole?
Yeah, I do.
That was the first set that those came out in, and they were so useful in so many things. And I think that was the only way to really make UCS ATST at the time. Do you know, by the way, what ATST stands for?
No, tell me.
All Terrain Scout Transport. Do you know what AT-AT stands for?
Yes.
Go for it.
No, tell me.
All Terrain Assault Transport, right?
Armored Transport.
Armored Transport. Here's the first one.
And TIE Fighter?
Twin
ion engine.
This fragile.
We're all over the place here.
I'm now bothered by this. Oh, shh.
So here's the original.
All right, I'm loving what's happening here. Yeah.
This can't be this
We're all
fragile,
holding up our things.
Yeah, the original still looks really good.
It's not bad. I think the new one has a better proportion on the face area here.
Better tiling.
More tiling, more armored looking.
I'd like to see if it has better control. I noticed the feet are thicker, so I'm wondering if they're trying to get a little bit more done with the balance. I love what Nicole is happening with Nicole here too.
I'm so mad now. I'm like, I've worked myself into a sweat because there's no way his face should be this loose. Did I mess? I did drop him, so I'm like, did I mess this up?
I think that holds up, Ben. I think that's still a really
I think
excellent
the new one
model.
looks better.
I can't disagree, but I think there's it's smaller. The new one is smaller, correct?
I think it is a little bit. Pulling it back up here.
All Terrain Awesome Times. Ewok on sale. Oh wait, we got that one. I have three very first wave ATSDs, but it's ugly as fuck. Yes, I'm sorry. The original ATSD, like the minifig scale one, is garbage. It has Chewie as the pilot, right?
Yep.
Modified to look a little better, but need to get a more modern ATSD.
The top definitely looks a lot better. The weapons look slightly better. I think the coloration's a lot better because this one they used a fair amount of dark gray for some reason. This one looks like it's a lot more of the regular gray. The back details a little better.
So David Turner just created a tag for me to put all of you into a tainted group. So I'll get that started maybe now.
So here was the old one.
I like the back. I liked that at the time because I like the fans better on the old one, of course, because it's just kind of a more old school. This is sleeker, I would say.
Yeah. So you get the two face ups. I mean, I think the old one here isn't horrible.
First thing I would do with this, by the way,
it was just a little flashier.
First thing I would do with the new one is replace those 1x1 round bricks with Technic pin connectors. Yeah.
Which one's where?
Right in front, right? The tongue.
Oh, yeah, this part.
Yeah. What's going on? Yeah, why? How?
Yeah, I don't know why that looks like that. It looks a little stubby. Yeah, I will say the new one's just a little sleeker. Maybe the proportions are slightly better on it, but the old one holds up pretty well.
All right, so David Turner also just created a forum for us as well for me to add you all to. So I guess if you want to be a real pain in the ass, you can go into the general text right now and say, David Turner, can you add me to the Tainted Mad Lib collab channel? And we'll just let David Turner work his magic because he's much faster and organized, more focused, I would say, than I am. Which section should be in general or Chicago?
His face came off. The space wasn't attached.
That's what happened. Yeah,
Sorry,
that'll do it.
Sorry,
no,
guys,
you're fine.
I just totally unraveled in the...
Jazzy Viking Bricks, are you still here? Because there is some old-timey tech in this lifestyle shot, let alone a refurbished dresser that needs to be repainted, or maybe it was painted distressed. But that camera is everything. And what do we need growing out of that camera? Some fucking flowers.
So probably we need... You know what else I would notice about this particular shot?
What lamp, Yellow X?
Is that it was a blue lamp.
Okay.
We need Brick Dead builds to find that lamp.
Yeah. I don't mind that lamp either. It looks like something out of Animal Crossing.
The Chicago bean. That's
totally.
right next to it.
I knew Jazzy would have my back. A jump skate. A jump skate. What does that mean? Where's there a jump scare? A jump scare. Oh, gotcha. All right, so we're a bit unfocused, and I have to use the bathroom again. And since Jazzy just said a thing, I want to introduce Nicole to this one of my favorite songs because it's also one of my favorite things that ever happened on the stream.
Ben and Mark, me and new best friend when Jazzy Viking Bridge joined the tainted. She likes Lego and Animal Crossing too. Makes amazing comments all the way through. She makes them laugh, lights up the chat, making fun comments until the show is wrapped. Then why did Mark Ben like a total effing jerk and delete all the comments like an evil effing jerk? Mark Ben Jazzy Viking Bricks like a total effing jerk. What the F is wrong with him? That total effing jerk.
I think I just accidentally banned somebody. Jazzy Viking Bricks was banned? No. Their comments were removed? Jesus.
How do you unban somebody?
I don't know. I don't know. Crap.
How'd you do that?
I don't know.
Seriously?
What the hell just happened?
Oh my god.
This is terrible. This is so... How did this happen?
This is the worst thing we've done.
God. Yo, I don't even know how... I don't know.
Poor Jazzy.
And we love her.
Mark tried to impress her by choosing Series 9. She voiced her opinion, and Mark fell in line. His face lights up when she shows up. Loves every comment, bringing each one up. Then why did Mark ban her like it's total effing jerk and delete all her comments like an evil effing jerk? Mark said why we do this like total effing jerks. Then said you got weed, you total effing jerk.
And then barf in the bad way that we...
Can you please stop saying we banter? I don't want to hear that again.
Mark Ben Jazzy Viking Bricks like total effing jerk. What the F is wrong with him? That's total effing jerk. That total effing jerk. The total effing jerk. That total effing jerk.
All right.
I love it.
It's in general, Dawn. So that should be up there. And if you ask David to add you to it, he can. I will try to go in and add the people who I know are in it right now while we refocus on our Lego news portion. Yeah,
I fixed it. Not loose anymore.
Nice.
So I wasn't expecting to do this, but
Check, you're like punching his face and he can.
Look, now it doesn't move.
Nice. Good job, Nicole.
Sorry, that sucked all my attention for like 10 minutes.
You're all good. You're all good. We're a little ADD tonight, which is fine.
So
We
I've
can
got
do that from time to
a
time.
tour of some old ATSTs. Here, this isn't the first one, but here's one that Lego
God
produced.
damn that thing.
I think this maybe is the second
Jeez.
one. It's missing a few pieces.
Ugh. Barf in the bad way.
That's kind of terrible.
How long was I out?
So we're talking about the UCS ATST. We're talking about all the horrible
We
versions
are
of this.
completely out of it.
This one came
That one's
with
not bad at all.
Yeah, there was a bunker.
It's a really good
bunker.
minifig scale. Yeah.
That's the one with
And
the
when
cursed
you move his
Chewie in it?
legs, he
With the
kicks-
what?
It's like that one with the cursed Chewie.
Yeah,
A
he's
cursed
got Chewie
Chewie.
in it.
Was that the
There he
cursed
is.
one? That was the one with the Ewok village. Oh no, that was the bunker.
That was the
You-
bunker.
You
They had their
literally
bunker.
just said it. Sorry.
That's what I said, yep.
I was just trying to prove to you that I was paying attention.
And then
And
they
I was
had
like, was it the Ewok village?
Gonna lie, I wasn't paying attention to you more for the last 10 minutes.
This one may have been the version that was on Hoth, because its legs are kind of longer and its head's kind of smaller. So they had one version that was like that. And then we already looked at the old UCS one. So there's lots of previous attempts at it. Here's sort of the latest iteration. It looks really cool. One of the very first ATSTs that I remember seeing in mock form was from a guy who did a bunch of UCS redos named, I think it was like Cave God or something like that. He had a really good one that looked very similar to this.
Yeah.
1,500 pieces, $200. It's got a lot better coloration than some of the previous ones. A lot better interior detail. The old UCS one looks like crap inside. It basically doesn't have an interior. So this one's got some seats and some better stuff in it as well. The old one, they couldn't really do it because the sides are held at the angle that they're held at because of a rubber band. So they did a different connection style here. They've done this more modern version with the rubber Technic pieces, which is helping form that a little better. So there it is, the all-terrain Scout transport with one figure. And here it is with a bunch of old tech.
Of course. And a painted panel. It's like a painted
panel.
cabinet door.
A painting of nothing.
And some relatively old tech.
Looks like
Well, there's
Lego
definitely
out
some
here.
very old tech. So on the right side of it are two old tech cameras. On the left side is something newer-ish, but yeah. Manila folders instead of books this time. Expanding file folders. Nice.
We got our we've got our metal wire shelves, but they look like they've been painted green.
That's the barf one.
2001, yeah.
7127 is the bad one.
That's probably the first one that came out.
The worst by far. Had like panels. Hey, Philip Camus. Hey, all right. Real quick. Nicole, Ben, do we forgive this guy for being late?
I think we do because
yeah, I think so too.
If there was one night to be late, this was the night.
Yes. Yes.
You're not wrong.
All right, so there's our Star Warses.
Sad.
Let's
do
see.
like the stream though. Now that you're here.
Yeah.
More things.
Please do like and subscribe.
Let's go to the.
We're in a safe space now. So
yeah. This castle that Mark hates.
I do.
I love New
I like the look of it from the outside. I love the castle itself, but when I look at it close up, I'm like, stop with the micro. I love
micro.
Oh, get in there, Ben. Get in the dirt here.
Especially happy
Wow,
with.
it even has the swans in it.
Yeah,
I've been in this castle so many times. They've nailed it actually. Oh, that's
we had
awesome.
to look it up.
Do they have the cave?
Yeah, they have all these
There
little
should be a
cave
cave.
thingies.
Yeah, so okay, let me tell you a story. My parents took me on a tour.
You should be. You should be. Sorry.
You should be. My parents took me on a tour of this castle when I was like 12. And I've never paid attention to a German lady so hard in my life. She was a fantastic tour guide because she sounded like old Germany. She was like, you know what was in here? It was a cave. I'm like, holy crap, this lady really has passion.
So
and
apologies.
Ever since
Real
I
quick,
could walk you through this castle.
I need to
based on
know,
that tour.
do you have a tendency to ignore German people otherwise?
Yeah, because my dad is Swiss German, so I ignore him naturally. Obviously.
Solid answer.
But she is, Bavaria, those accents are very they're there. They're very strong. But I like
I will say they're
wicked
obsessed with this dang
with
swan
60s.
because it's in here. Three of the shots
so
have the swan.
okay, so he King
go.
Ludwig II. See, I can go here. He was obsessed with swans, and this castle was actually built like on a hill that overlooks a lake, which he was drowned in that lake because he actually bankrupted the city in building this castle, and he pissed off a lot of people. But he
Wow.
had an obsession with swans, and so that's why Neuschwanstein means new swan stone. There you go.
Wow.
There's your history lesson of the day.
Love.
Okay. But why do we need
So he loved swans. There's swans everywhere in that castle. I'm telling you,
pictures
like
of
you
the
turn
same
around,
thing.
swan.
But these are 3 pictures of the same damn swan. Do we need 3 different angles of it? It's the
Is
same
it?
one. Yes.
Oh yeah, there's the aquarium
that is
behind
the
it.
same
Yeah,
swan.
you're right.
Yeah, that
All
is
3
the same
times
swan.
it's the same one.
Why is there an interior in an architecture set?
I don't know.
He,
just
yeah,
mad.
that is just.
I'm
Well,
mad.
and the castle's not finished either. Like there's tons of hallways of it that are not finished.
Just like the Duomo in Florence.
Yeah, just like the Duomo in Florence. Yeah,
It's really not finished. There are doors that
Yeah.
open on the 30th floor that are just they just go
What's
out to
happening
the
there?
air.
The cracks in the
Pareidolia.
headlight bricks. The cracks in them.
Yeah, what's
Look at that.
Look at the gap
Yeah, what's
between
going
the
on?
snot brick there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is that? That's what I'm
What
looking at. Is this the ballroom?
What's up
Yeah.
with amateur hour?
Man.
The mini swans are adorable, says Dawn.
Yep, but it's just one swan. Don't say swans. There's just one of them.
Marty Becker says that the current tour of
It
Neuschwanstein
is
is
true.
only 22 minutes long and very restricted. I wonder what
It's
caused the
true.
change.
I'll
does
tell you
not
what
have the
caused the
same-
change.
Thank you.
Well, back when I was a kid in the early 90s,
Mhm.
people on Instagram didn't exist, so there weren't tons of crowds. And then all of a sudden, social media got people crowding to certain places, and this is the most picturesque castle in Germany, in Bavaria. So now you have to basically wait in a long ass line in order to even get a tour. So for them to accommodate everybody, they can only make the tour 20 minutes. But my original tour was over an hour.
It's like how they've ruined the Grand Canyon, the
Yeah.
Antelope Canyon. Totally been ruined.
Yeah.
by-
Oh yeah,
by the
you can't
crowd.
go in there. Yeah. But it is beautiful. It's worth checking out. But there was actually a murder at Neuschwanstein recently. Did you hear about that?
No. Wait,
Yeah,
should you
some
save that for your next Lego crime?
Maybe.
There's a connection because it's a set.
Then
Is
I think
that the
that's a
loophole?
yes.
That one
that
actually
would be a
this
loophole.
crime's very dark. This
Is
crime's
it?
very dark though.
Well,
It's a little
it's Lego Crimes Dark Edition night. So go ahead and
Yeah.
spill. Go ahead and spill. Tell us what happened. Oh, wait a minute.
There was a guy.
Don't wait a minute. Go ahead. Keep going. Sorry.
There were 2 girls that were looking at the castle, and they were from the States, and there was another guy who was also visiting the castle. And I won't go into like immense detail because it's pretty gruesome, but most of the pictures of Neuschwanstein are taken from this rope bridge that is like a far up walk from the castle. So you can actually like look back at it. So that's where everyone's getting those really crazy, amazing shots. And so anyways, this guy is on this rope thing and he's speaking English. They're speaking English. So they connect on the fact that they're speaking English. And he's like, oh, I've been here before. There's actually a better spot. Yep, there's no more photography inside. There's a better spot just down the path, killed by mushrooms.
Where there's some mushrooms growing.
So he and the girls walk and he's chatty, and they're walking ahead of him. And then all of a sudden he just gets really quiet. And one of the girls was behind and her friend turns around because it's quiet and her friend is just gone because he had pushed her off the thing. And then he turns on her and he also pushes her off, but she survives. And
oh my God.
Yeah. Like, and he just was a total weirdo.
Think outside the crime block.
Weird.
Or I'm sorry,
Yep,
think outside
so-
the cell block. There we go.
Think outside. So now he's in I think the last I heard of it, this was like 2 years ago. He's in the German jail getting treated a cushy life because they have like different laws there.
Okay.
Yeah, and so it's like a whole thing. So that also, I go to Neuschwanstein every year, and that also changed it because they roped off a bunch of places now that you can't go. But yeah, they don't do photography inside anymore. The tour is like 20 minutes. It's pretty sad actually because
Very sad.
it's a really, really cool place. Now it's just like insanely expensive. me see if I have like. But yeah, that was the murder.
Okay, let's talk about
Like,
these.
okay, moving on.
Someone's got to try to keep us talking about Lego a little bit.
Maybe.
We've got some mini bonsai trees that Mark hates.
I do.
I already know this.
I like the wisteria part of this one. Like, I want to.
What are those parts? Are those butterflies?
Sorry.
You're okay. We forgive you.
I'll get back.
You're good.
So they did both a hibiscus and the mini bonsai trees. Again, the prices are crazy. So we will cover that here in a second. If you thought that the red maple was expensive, hold on to your butts for these new ones.
I was actually
because
shocked at how expensive the red maple was.
I think the chat was right. It's tariffs. Alphonse, by the way, you're in for the Tainted collab on Discord. I haven't made any posts there yet, but you can see it.
Oh gosh, why am I having such?
I want to do. Hey, Dawn, you and I, we're gonna make better wisteria. Maybe that's a challenge that we have for each other. Our MOCs for Chicago this year. We're gonna bring our best wisteria, and then talk about the process at Chicago because I'll have tons of time to talk to you, as I always do. Have time to have conversations.
Okay, so unfortunately, these botanicals aren't under the botanical section. The botanical section.
Botanicals, that's right.
My favorite thing to say at Lego yet. So we have to look at them here. They're the mini bonsai and the hibiscus.
Sorry,
Clever
mini bonsais.
No. Hold on, real quick. Don't apologize because Clever Pig was not here for the multiple homicides we talked about earlier. We've at least talked about what? We've talked about 7 homicides tonight. Now 8.
And torturing a child.
And that
was so horrible.
Well, the beef Wellington is to die for. Don says, "Do I put wisteria in my space pirate laundromat? You put it wherever you want."
So actually,
Did you miss some?
You missed specifically 7 homicides, Clever Pig.
Oh my god!
All right, so I like the stands that these are on.
Yes.
This is one set. I didn't know this was one set.
Zoom this out. It's amazing. Look at it closely. I hate it.
Yeah, wait.
So
it looks great that it's one set.
This one's not priced terribly. So the price on this one, $65 in the US for 709 pieces. The hibiscus, on the other hand, is $70. So remember that it's $70 when we get down to that one. It's got 3 different builds, and then you can put ones on different level stands, I guess. They've had a no stand, the short one, and the tall one.
Play feature,
I guess. So you can rearrange which one goes where. We kind of chuckled at the fact that they got Grandpa Jackie Chan to do one of these because he's the new Karate Kid sensei guy. But there it is. So they got some interesting techniques on it, I guess.
Best of luck, Clever Pig.
Mark's not a giant fan.
No.
He does, however, like the hibiscus, which is 660 pieces for $70.
Not too far off. And like the thing
crazy.
creating the vase, creating the pot are longer dark blue curve slope. So hey, an octagon base.
I don't know. This one to me looks the most plasticky of any of the botanical sets.
Yeah.
It just looks so big.
I agree with Alphonse here. Looks like a good part pack if the small bonsai ever went on sale.
Yeah.
It does look in that way, yes, lazy. Hibiscus.
Why do we have nesting ashtrays?
She must have 3 grandchildren who are all in art class right now, ages 4, 5, and 7. Why? If you're going to put a fern in the foreground or a monstera, why just have one leaf of it?
One giant leaf, yeah. And here she is,
the artist
pruning it,
behind
maybe?
these.
I don't know. He's just fondling the leaves, I guess.
This is a little bit like me, you know, like I'm okay from far away, but then you get close and you're like, oh.
It just kind of looks cheap, if you ask me. I don't know.
I also like the blue
it's a bit
pot
lazy
part.
with the pieces. It's a bit lazy.
I'm like right here at the
I think, Yeah, like the
Doesn't
vase
stem out
is
that way.
fine.
I
Yeah,
look at
see
that.
when you look up close to it, what is connecting shells to the
No.
thing?
Probably a 2x2 with the handles.
Yeah.
Oh
Am I
yeah,
wrong?
you're right. You're right.
There they are.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
So D Bishop's or the Bishop family says that there is a ball in the background of one of
There
these
it is.
images.
You can see it.
Oh, yep.
That's how they're connected. So the shells are backwards.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Deeper question here. Do you all reckon the books are turned in these lifestyle shots because they're really shameful, like smut books or Mein Kampf or something? No, I just don't think they want to mess with IPs and authors and lawyers in general. Plants in the pretty pots with the brown curly pieces are on sale at Walmart. Yeah. The small succulents. Is that what you mean?
The tiny succulents.
Al?
The
Tiny succulents.
plants. They had the succulents and then the tiny plants.
Yeah. I don't think
the green one at the end, are those Wolverine claws? What is
Yes.
That's cool.
That is cool. I used it as grass on my pagoda house this year.
Yeah.
Great. I've seen it used as pine trees. Brian Bonahu made a really great pine tree out of those.
Yeah.
Really,
that's a great part.
Really great piece in green for if you're a foliage lover. All the while, they have a set with an author. Yeah. Right? Where her book's facing.
And I know Nicole asked, and so yes, the leaves on the orangish one are butterflies.
Ah.
Oh, they are. Yeah.
That's clever.
So we got a little bit of NPU there. Let's see.
And the branches are droid arms. Yep.
And we've got a picture of little canvas patches. I don't know, and all the books are turned backwards. Because why wouldn't they be? And here they are on your marble-topped bookshelf.
But sitting on top of
a wood,
a cork board, a marble sample. Who knows?
I don't know what that is. It's a used cutting board.
And in this picture, these are the more talented grandchildren she has at making ashtrays.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This one's a little sus.
A
That one's a
little
little sus too. This one looks nice, but I don't think anyone made that one.
Pleasant. Yeah.
A teak ashtray probably won't stand up well to ash.
No.
No.
And here we are in the kitchen with a different marble piece.
Someone's pruning them with literal scissors. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, we're pruning them. Another bad ashtray over here too.
That's
the
where my
worst.
scissors went.
The worst of all of them.
The
But
worst
you know what?
of
The
every
bamboo
ashtray.
doesn't help the situation.
Yeah.
Oh, it was masonite. Thank you, Dawn.
There's the big bamboo in here, the lucky bamboo.
Algoff says there's 4 different ones on it. There's 4 different ones. One is a bamboo plant.
Well, that's this picture.
Yeah, so they're throwing in another botanical set. This one right here at my feet, to be like, look, they match. They don't.
Yeah,
They don't.
There's actually only these 3 come in the set, and then they've got the bamboo that's already out over here.
Those are the only 3 you can prune. That's why they're sitting on a.
Yeah, forget the red maple and the original bonsai tree.
Exactly. That's why they're on a cutting.
A circular, looks like a lazy Susan. You just turn it while you prune them with your scissor.
Tron is out. Check you later. Thank you for coming. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Al's talking about the 4 gentlemen. Yes.
All right, let's move on to the Halloween sets. We're gonna talk about these real quick. So they have 3 Halloween sets. They've got like a candy skull, a wreath, and a pumpkin car.
The candy skull is hot. The wreath is, if you're into it. The pumpkin float is like, what's happening?
Yeah.
Why?
That haunted house is kind of cool.
Well, the haunted house.
But
3 in 1.
that's been out for a while.
It has?
Coming out August 1st. You've seen the picture.
We've talked about it for a while. I meant, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Altar of the Dead, 231 pieces, $15. So
That's cute. I like that. She goes with
little
Love
skull.
Katrina.
And look, there's the thing on the back.
That's awesome. Oh,
Tarot cards.
That's kind of fun.
Ooh,
They're all
witchy.
Lego animals.
Yeah, I like
Ooh.
that.
At the top, and then these other ones at the bottom.
Yeah, I like that.
Nice.
Custom
So
spells. and
Joellen
stuff.
wants that. The pickup truck, 177 pieces, also $15.
How is that a truck?
Got some orange.
Got some. Got some low suspension for a truck.
That's what it's called, bro. Then the
It's like a hayride.
Halloween wreath, 617 pieces, and I think it's only $40. So cheap way to get some.
Those parts are good.
Definitely makes sense.
Some leaves. Is that what I said? Saw up there was $40? Yeah, $39.99 for the wreath.
Yikes!
So that's your best buy right here is the Halloween wreath.
JBB points out that you don't prune with school scissors, and then says she gustas the the candy skulls.
And honestly, there's not a lot of throwaway here. This all looks like you can totally reuse it.
Yeah,
100%.
So keep your eyes open for the Halloween wreath. Maybe more exciting than we think.
Bill Bartley says, homicide discussions, Halloween sets, and our baby girl cat is attacking the sets on the screen.
Too scary.
This is the jump scare.
Yeah, and then
Stream.
Wicked's face was falling off.
Yeah. That's one by one Firesteads in that, yeah.
We have an arcade machine, so filling it with coins here.
Why is there a minifigure in this when it's definitely not minifigure scale?
You don't think it's minifig scale? Well, Mark, just wait.
Okay,
So
give me
you
a
can
second.
put little coins in here.
$40.
Tightest.
And then look what happens, Mark. It opens up.
Ooh.
And there's a game room inside, kind of like your history of gaming here.
Yeah.
We got an arcade machine that is more minifig scale. And
They're all
then
stickers.
PlayStation 2 or something over here. I don't know.
Probably
little CRT screen, and he's got a game controller.
Unaffiliated with any gaming company, just gaming station.
Gaming station, yeah.
They have a Zelda Trident in there for sure.
I think this maybe is like a classic space ship.
Sure.
Up on his wall and a sai. He's got a sword because why wouldn't you? So I don't know. So anyway, it opens up.
He won some gaming tournaments.
Here's the inside.
Yeah. Do not want.
Okay.
But
$40. Is that what it was? $40, 468 pieces. It's red.
Yeah. It's red.
It's red. I probably won't get this either, but at least it's more than meets the eye, Transformer style here. It opens up and there's something to see inside it.
Brick Dynasty says this could have been an Ninjago set a few years ago. Not sure why.
Oh yeah, they did have a
whole
gaming
video
sub
gaming.
theme.
Okay. So did Dreams. Could have been a Dream set, right? Brick Orphan says, I just want the Orange minifig scale arcades. Yeah, same. I feel like that could have been like a polybag or a gift with purchase. Although gifts with purchase are much bigger nowadays. Al Goff says it's in his mother's basement. Yeah, you're not wrong. These I'm very excited about.
All right, so we do have, let's see, Shy Guy. I saw him on here.
That's my
Shy Guy, and then Mario Kart here. So
that's my jam, and I want to see this built in many, many colors. I want the pink Shy Guy badly.
So look at the price here. $50 for 588 pieces. So you're getting 2 cars, 2 figures.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting Toadette
figures,
and Koopa Troopa.
Yep.
And you're getting 2 cars here.
Yeah,
they both look great.
The shells at each other. It's pretty cool.
Including the piranha plant in the front.
So cool.
I really like the car designs on this, actually.
Yeah. This car kind of looks like a little kitty cat.
Oh, look, you can put other characters in it.
Yeah, why not? They're not included.
These characters not included.
Interactive ones aren't included. And we've got a lifestyle shot. So some nice bubblegum pink, as well as some nice orange. So price isn't ridiculous on this one. You can use your felt to create a track.
Yes,
what's on the left of the screen? Is it some sort of like
this thing?
Papaya bowl? Yes, that. What's happening?
I'm not sure.
Not like.
There it is. It's full of art supplies. And yes, it does look like some sort of cut up in fruit was turned into a bowl.
Definitely the step that he's on right now.
Definitely. Another
100%.
Another skateboard.
Not half one, which is
full skateboard.
Yes. Good.
A bonus. And it's not felt. It looks like it's just construction paper. So, little lazy. But there's one of the Mario Karts. The other one is Shy Guy.
I love this one.
$20, 250 pieces. Again, not crazy.
Better than the 10% per part.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because it's Nintendo. You think you get the Nintendo tax.
I don't know. The Star Wars ones are insane compared to this. We got the plane on the back.
I love these sets.
Insane.
Shy
That's
Guy
right.
logos.
Me too.
Look at
Like,
Shy Guy. He's kind of
You
cute.
make a Mario Kart course.
Couple stickers, it looks like. Luigi's not included, but you could put Luigi on there. She's made a track as well.
Someone get her a table to play on. That's not good for your posture.
Looks like she's using tape. And are these the Lego Pick-a-Brick boxes over here? They kind of look like it, but they're not quite it.
Looks like it, but I don't think.
Yeah, it's not quite
Haven't been there for a while, so I don't know.
Here's one.
Mm,
Well, it's
no.
not quite it.
No,
It's similar, but not quite.
Similar. I just checked mine. I was like, it looks kind of
Reminiscent, but not.
And there she is using the tape to create her course.
That's kind of cute.
Yeah. And she's putting Shy Guy in there. And there he is on top of the box. Ooh, she's excited. Look at that face.
She is.
She's going to launch that turtle shell. And she's totally on this step in the instructions. Yes, probably.
100%.
Yeah. See how many other times we see this exact iPad shot and other things that come out. So anyway, the two Mario Kart ones, decently priced.
Yeah.
So we'll give
And
them
good
some-
designs, good
some credit
characters,
there.
good sets. If that's the way they're going to do the characters, which they seem married to.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then let's do the one that Mark is most excited for.
Ooh, ooh.
Oh my God. Can we Jim Carrey that?
Let's see.
Right.
Oh my God. I just got
Ace
so
Ventura,
excited.
Pet Detective 2, but you don't know Dark Crystal. Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
I'm so happy.
I like me some rhinos.
I'm gonna make him come out of it.
I'm going to make him go on a date with me.
Gonna make it
I
look like
love
he's
that.
giving birth to Jim. Here we go.
I'm-
It looks like they got a little snail too, because why not?
That's cute.
3 little birds on the back and a little watering hole. We were also excited that you're getting the sword leaf, the mini sword leaf in green.
The birds are ding dong. I think it's bright green.
We
But
did talk about that. We think it's bright green. Yep. You can
Look
also
at
do
how
an
cute
alternate
he
build
is.
to a hippo. He's very similar to the rhino, but he's a hippo. And a
because of
sea
you
lion.
two, we don't talk about color in lifestyle shots. We just don't do it. We
That's
don't.
all right, Mark. Mark, get over it.
I
bro.
lost 2 maple poly bags to you two.
Oh yeah, I took one from you too.
Hell yeah, you did. Well earned, I bet ya, and I lost.
Then they ended up being plentiful, and you could get them anywhere.
Yeah, actually.
So here's the rhino. I'm not going to say that this is quite forest.
15. It was 7.5 the other day. Yeah, Brick Orphanage. Thank you. If you guys are on Rakuten and you guys want to make any sort of is it everything, or is it non-exclusives, or is it exclusives, or is it because I got 7.5 the other day on 7.5 the other day on Pick-a-Brick. Alphonse is in the Tainted. Yes, I see you. I saw you just say hi to me in the Tainted forum on Discord. Yes, you know what's weird about this shot? Go
This
back
one or
one.
this one? This one?
This one. Yeah, so the seal about to
Yeah.
eat that fish has a little iceberg off to the left, but has a giant chest cavity opening.
He does. It's
scary.
Very, very weird.
Yeah,
This-
why is
100.
that?
This is definitely not.
Shop at home.
This is definitely not forced animal red fox level.
Yes.
Goading action here, but the hippo and the rhino are both pretty good. I would say the sea lion is the weakest, and it's not even close.
Yeah, there's always
Agreed.
one extremely weak one.
Yeah.
Well, except for forced animals red fox. I'm just saying.
The perfect 3-in-1 set.
But this, yeah, we've got 2 good and 1 terrible. Mark, is that the step she's on right there?
100%.
Yeah.
Clearly, definitely the dark tan rounded plate and 2x2 plate being connected together. Yeah.
This rhino's a bit of a chonky boy. It looks like it's a decently large set.
Love the chonk. Brickworld Lab says, just add a keychain to get around the exclusive lower percentage thing. Really? Good advice. If you guys aren't on Rakuten, I highly recommend it.
So there we go.
The rhino is so cute with his little chubby cheeks chewing on grass. Like, shut up. Like, shut up.
And his cute little tail on
How
the back.
could that be more cute?
I don't know. That's hard to imagine.
Nicole, if you don't know, My boyfriends on my Animal Crossing islands are both rhinos,
Oh.
and I'm definitely not serious about finding them attractive. Or am I?
He's not. Okay, but he is.
There's no judgment
So
here.
$60, 780 pieces. So good price to part.
Amazing.
Lots of gray slopes. If you're like into castles and crap too.
Rhinos always do us right.
Yeah. Good job, Rhino.
Thank you.
And then we've got, I think, one more. I called these fairy bookends in quotes because I knew they're not really fairies.
Oh, I didn't see this one.
But we've got some wicked bookends. Let's see if they're
Minifigures.
God. Mini dolls, though, right?
No, minifigures.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Do they call it Wicked or Lego Wicked? It's Lego Wicked. Because why wouldn't it be?
But it's alphabetically wicked.
All right. So
let's see
minifigures. Here they are.
Oh, I like the parts available.
So we got the giant dress that came out in that CMF figure.
Yeah.
In pink with all the ruffles printed on it.
Yeah.
For Glinda, she's no longer Galinda. And then we've got the bookends here. One says Oz and one says W for Wicked.
Okay.
And they're cute.
Fair enough.
Ish. I don't know. We got the wizard. We got what's his name? The one guy.
The guy.
I don't remember his name. And then the evil headmistress lady and the other dude. I don't know. I don't know their names because I don't care. To be honest. But they're minifigs, which some people are excited for. They look pretty good. Looks like they have
I
little,
didn't know they go inside.
little houses inside.
I didn't know that either. This is the first time I'm seeing it, but I'm interested. I think it's
That's
interesting that that's a
cool.
feature of it, so you can keep them as books or bookends.
You can store the guys in here too.
Ooh.
The wizard
I
and
like
the
storage.
one dude.
They sleep next to each other. Makes sense.
And then the teacher lady and the other dude. Yeah.
More a boy.
Someone called Z's spouse says your daughter will want these.
Okay, she probably will.
It's a little workaround. Thank you,
How much
Brick
is
Build
this?
and Brick Orphanage. Yeah, price per part here.
How much?
Funny you should ask. It is 1,300 pieces for $130.
There you go.
Oh.
10 cents per part. That's the sweet spot. Why is Star Wars so off of that?
I don't know.
I think that's a good price per parts.
And there's
ratio.
6 figures. So,
For an
Yeah,
IP,
there's 6
especially.
figures. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
I think this is fine.
We've been looking for 10 cents per part since like 2002.
Yeah.
So the fact that they stay close to it or go way off of it
With a
sometimes.
license is kind of crazy.
And these are
License
clearly,
and minifigures.
These are clearly more shot or marketed towards adults, being that they're bookends and they got the black box treatment, 18 plus, all that stuff. 130 is kind of
What makes
I'd
this
expect,
18
I guess.
plus though?
Because people younger than that can't read.
Oh,
have no
good
idea.
point.
I
Yeah,
have
you're
no
right.
idea.
Maybe there's adult themes in Wicked. Is Wicked PG-13?
My daughter
or
watched it, so it's
R?
probably fine.
Right. Yeah, I'm curious.
I mean, there's a uncomfortable moment in the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah,
a
the
little bit.
wizard's kind of a
He's a player.
he
A one-night stander?
Yeah.
yeah,
Maybe a little worse than that. I don't know.
a little worse than that.
There's a butterfly.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. The 18 plus makes sense.
Okay.
They're decently sized, it looks like. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. These are the only books that you can see the spine on in the entire universe.
Dawn.
Well, you can see one here. Just doesn't say anything. All the other ones
Right.
are facing out.
All right.
Look at all these. Look at. You can see the spines.
Oh yeah, and there's no titles on them.
Oh,
The lamp is back. We already saw that
The
lamp.
lamp is back. Yes.
That lamp
And
was
we
earlier.
have so many mismatched chairs in here, but also a stack of stools
A stack of stools
that
yeah.
don't match the other chairs and don't match each other either.
Not really.
No,
Well,
no,
painted
It's
but
very-
they
different
stack
colors.
together.
it's very
And a deck-
Scandinavian.
Very
Mm.
yes, you're not wrong. This is an
Very
IKEA advertisement at the same time.
Yeah.
All All right, so I've got to use the bathroom again. I
I'll
do
get Dara
apologize.
back there.
I know we have one more topic. I know we're past our 3 hours. In the
Yeah.
meantime, I know this is our last set, correct?
This is for now, yeah.
I did want to open up a can of worms and ask, and I'm going to leave after I ask this. So Nicole and Ben will have to talk about this amongst themselves. I did want to ask, Nicole, it seems like we did a Legal Crimes episode without you. I do apologize. Because when I told you that at Brickworld, you were like, I have a folder and I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
Like, just like, let's schedule it. And so we will bring you back in. We thought that like you were bigger than we were and you wouldn't come back. So I apologize hugely for that because it's been so great having you here tonight.
Well, that's offensive.
I know, right? I
That's
realized that as
super
soon as I
offensive.
said it. I know. I was like,
Correct.
"Oh shit! No, she loves this. She loves us." And
Yeah.
we told ourselves a story that was incorrect, and we made an assumption and made asses out of you and us, but more us than you. To be fair,
mean, yeah.
I do want to hear though, like, and I can hear when I run off to the bathroom because I have my headset on still. But like, how has it gone for you? I hear it's really successful. I'm glad that you of all people have been successful with it. No offense to anybody else, but like I find you one of the more positive focused influencers. So tell us how Arlan life has been for you, or RLFM has been for you. And if you don't want to talk about this, then we can talk about something else. But that's my question. I just want to know how life has been, because I think there's been I've seen a lot of growth for you in that space over the last few years, and I'm excited for you. And would love to hear what's going on.
Yeah. All right. It's been good so far. I know you have to pee. Go pee.
I'll be listening though.
oh God, you big screened me. No, it's been good. It's been, when did I get in? November of 23. So it's been over a year. So far it's good. It can be very daunting if you don't know how to time manage, but I think the best part is you have to keep, you can't like, I'm trying to figure out how to word this. You can't lose yourself when you get in there, if that makes sense. Like, don't try to be something that you're not. Just continue doing what you already do, without like changing too much. So I was always trying to be as positive as I could in the space and not draw too much negative attention to things, because the way I looked at it is, if I didn't like it, then it's not for me and there's no point in talking about it. So that's kind of how I've ridden this journey. And I think it's easy to get caught up in a lot of like the negative stuff that happens. So yeah.
Negativity. Yeah, I mean, we call it grumpfluencing. And it
is.
It's just like anything. It's just like when I was in college, I have my degree is political science. Well, you only do that if you intend to go to law school, basically. But
yeah,
one of the topics on that always would come up for us was, why do people run negative campaigns for political season? And the answer is because it works, right?
Yeah.
And maybe that's the same thing for some of the influencing community. The negative ones seem to get the attention, which is unfortunate, but it might be the truth, right? So
yeah,
you gotta try not to lose yourself.
You try not to lose yourself, and then you also have to realize like it's less. I think, I don't know if it's because I'm like well into my 30s that maybe I look at it a little bit differently, but like at some point you realize that not everything is about you and the world doesn't revolve around you. So it's like it's better to not be the most important person in the room and just look at things. So like one of my favorite things that I got to do this year was at Brickworld. Like I think we talked about it, Mark, on the last. You and I always connect on Sunday night. Like
right, I love it.
The
three of us were there together on Sunday night.
The three of us. We always have like a debrief on Sunday.
100%.
And one of the things we were talking about was like this year was like a really good year.
Yeah.
It was a really good year. And I think the vibe was really good. And if there was anything that went wrong, no one really noticed it because it was chill and everyone was having a really good time. And yes, like
100%.
But one of the things that I enjoyed the most and that I've been trying to do over the past few Brickworlds was like the first year, it's because, you're talking about like after a pandemic and everyone is just meeting each other for the first time or whatever. So it was like very social. Everything was like scheduled and whatever. And then last year was a little bit like that. But what I did last year that I actually ran with this year was I remember taking a nap before World of Lights. And then I would go to World of Lights. And then when everyone would clear out, then I would look at all the builds. Because the first year I didn't see any of the builds. You do the builds, you look at the builds in the middle of the night, and it's probably now everyone's going to do it. That's the only time. And so like, yes, you have like the sleep loss, but like just seeing so many of the builds, I think this year was like the first year that I really saw every single build and took time with each one. And it was really, really cool. And then you learn like all of the little lores around around each convention has their lores, and Brickworld is like has a really good one.
And I remember you saying that like in 2024 you were like, it just felt like there was a lot of drama this year.
So much.
And like when there is drama there, I'm pulled into it as soon as it happens.
Yeah.
And so I knew it was kind of like your group. And by group, I mean like there's all different types of AFOLs. There's the mock builders, there's the collectors, and now that we have the influencers, we have the Lego masters that are like very much part of all groups. And like I'm not trying to segregate people or make cliques.
Yeah.
But cliques do exist, and I think at Brickworld, what's nice about them, they're there for comfort. And like if you ever find yourself thinking like, oh, that group just sticks together, like go talk to them. Everybody is very open there. But your group itself did put up with a lot of drama last year, which I was really at the forefront of.
I know.
And I was like, so when you said that, I was kind of like, oh, why? Because I just like expect it to happen for everyone. So I was just like, oh, I guess your group as a whole had the most drama out of everybody.
It's because the egos, it's less, I think, and that's the thing sometimes with, and I don't want to get into a lot of trouble with saying this, but I think with LAN, one of the things that like I really try to like live by in it is that at the end of the day, it's about the Lego, and it's, it's not a competition. So, I think so much of it is, we are essentially media reporting. We are like, we get embargoes, we need to blast it out, we need to stress. And for a time I was on that embargo all the time. And then you find that like, you just make like, anytime I've hit embargo, I've made mistakes, like every time, or I've missed something or whatever. And so if I just take my time with it, then I can really appreciate it. Like I have 6 Lego sets here, really big ones, like the Sunflowers, the Twilight House, like a bunch of the F1 cars that I want to take my time with. I've well missed those embargoes, but it's more important for me to enjoy it than for me to like rush it out and burn out.
Every group goes through this, by the way.
Yeah.
So it's not even just like egos hit every one of those groups, and like there's an evolution for each group as they get introduced to the community, and like the influences are relatively new because it was such an explosion during the pandemic. And so like that sort of drama will like pan its way out, and the people who want to be there will be the ones who stay there and keep coming.
And I think it already is, because it seemed like that was what happened this year.
Did it not? I know, right?
And it was amazing.
Freaking fantastic.
It was amazing.
Yes. Totally. So you're seeing it, and I love the way you're approaching it, because like you said, you're like, I want to take my time with these. I don't want to make it a job. This is my hobby. This is what gives me joy. So if I have this embargo and I have this extra benefit of being an RLFM, recognized Lego, RLFM, I'm going to pick and choose my battles for what makes me happy. That's the way to keep yourself doing it and keep engaged in it, because if you have to like hit every embargo they give you, you'll stop doing it.
You'll stop liking it. And then and then you remember like there are reasons, like it's so easy. Like one of the reasons why I try to stay positive with it is it's like there are reasons for the decisions that are made. Like, like for this set being $130 versus probably it should be like, $80 at most. you've got tariffs, you've got, people need to make enough money to live. So there's a global pay raise that goes up. So this has to eat it. There's a million different things. Like, so it's not just simply like, oh, they're trying to rob us. There are reasons for it. And so like, once you like start to think about the people behind it, like the people behind the sets, or like the people that, put their time and effort into things, you really let go a lot of the negative stuff. And also at the end of the day, I think we forget it's a toy, and it's a tool for people to be creative. It doesn't have to be all serious, and people get so like crazy.
I'm here for the joy of it. I'm here for it to celebrate this toy as an artistic medium, and what it brings to me is a creative outlet and connecting with other people. Like, and so if I ever lose focus of that, it'll be time for me to step down from what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Good.
I was like, the minute that I don't have fun anymore, it's time to go.
1000%.
And socially, I have not been having a really good time, but like I do love to build and I love to create, and there are people that I still really like, and so that's what keeps me in it. But if it all went bad, then it's time to go, because then it's not like,
we had a great group.
Yeah,
we had
such a good group on Sunday.
Sunday night was like, there was a good 12-person conversation happening that was like the people I wanted to be around, and we hid well enough from the people that would have interrupted that until a certain point. Like, we did have a point where we had to change the conversation, and like, no offense to those people, it was just like they wouldn't be able to handle the conversation we were having, because it was our conversation, and it was like, it was a safe space for what we wanted to talk about. We had to change it, but it was like, and that's not saying anything negative towards anyone. It's like, not negative. We weren't talking negative. We weren't doing anything like gossipy or anything like that. I mean, we were, but at the same time, it was like, we were in a group that we trusted to talk about what we wanted to talk about. And it was like, I was Mark and not Brickworld Mark,
Yeah.
And it's like, that's what I live for at the end of that weekend. It's like, I get to see all of you once a year, mostly. Yeah. And so it's like, I try to create that space for myself after the show is over. And it's a very hard thing to do. And this is probably the best it happened since I owned the company. And I was really thankful for that space. Before we get to our last segment and pivot away from this, I want to hit some of these comments that have been coming in. Brick Orphan says negativity and saying the wrong things is very easy way to drive engagement. He also says positive posts just click likes, negative gets irate comments, which the algorithm seems to also like better. Unfortunately,
I'd rather and I'll tell you this straight up. I would rather not have the views and the engagement than be negative.
Same.
I would much rather take the lower views than say, wait, like, the Star Wars wave is $700 for what? Or they did it again. Yeah. Like, I would much rather not. Like, that's just not me.
Some of those negative comments like have an effect on people in the community. Like, when we had a controversy here that happened to us, one of our common co-hosts, Jesse's Brick Galaxy, took the brunt of it. And lost followers and got a bunch of negative comments on his stream. And it was about on his Instagram account. It was about our stream, and it was very, very, very unfair to him. And like the context of the entire controversy was blown way out of proportion. And Jesse is the last person who deserved to like.
Oh yeah, Jesse's the sweetest human
no
being
shit
on the planet. Yeah,
no
Jesse
shit.
wouldn't hurt a fly.
For him to get the
unless it was in D&D, but.
Right, yeah.
But Jesse's very peaceful.
He'd blow a fly into a million pieces in D&D. But yeah. For him to take the brunt of that and lose followers and it was like really aggravating to me, because I didn't even know what was happening, because he had shared our post for the live stream to promote it for us. Yeah, and that was like where the controversy started, and he was the one that like got hit the worst, and I was like, it just kills me still. That's the way it happened, but it was all, I don't know, algorithm. It was all XYZ. And he doesn't deserve that whatsoever. And I just hate to see that happen over what I would call, and I hate this term, a nothing burger. Dawn says this was probably the most I've enjoyed Brickworld. Always enjoyed it, but this year was Chef's kiss, I think that is. I
Yeah.
hear that. I heard that from a lot of people. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Algoff says, forgive me for not knowing, but I don't know who you are due to I've
That's
isolated
okay.
myself from social media for years, posting on hiking and fishing and being in nature.
That's
He's
good.
he doesn't even watch
Honestly,
Lego Masters. She wasn't
that's
on Lego
perfect.
Masters.
I was not on Lego Masters.
Brickhead Builds confirms that's an IP tax.
Yeah.
The Bishop family says, even though our builds are on the smaller, many of the bigger builders came by and asked questions and offered advice. It's because of the way you guys engage with the community. Your entire display is always about either classic Lego or rebuilding sets or like trying new things. You guys have great engagement with the community. Your hearts are definitely in the same place mine is. Brickhead Build says, I've been in that conversation circle. Topic changes are sometimes needed. Yes. And when I shared it with Mark, it blew his mind. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We did have one other question that since we have Nicole here, we should ask this because this is Nicole's jam. Nicole, what do you think of the F1 Lego trophies? Do you think they're awesome?
They're awesome. They're so cool.
So here they are.
Nice.
Oh, that is
Grand
so
Prix the British Grand Prix trophies were made of Lego.
Wow.
Yeah.
These are fantastic.
They were so cool. And actually, so they made them, they had to make special colors for it because they didn't want to present like a strictly yellow trophy because it would probably like cheapen it. So they made them all chrome, but all of those parts are common. So you could actually build it at home if you wanted to. Like if you studied it, you could probably build it, but it is glued. So, but there are no exclusive pieces in those trophies.
Yes.
Yeah, they were glued. They were glued.
That's
but
cool
they look
as hell.
gorgeous. They look so cool. Like
Lego is very excited for this, and you can see the real version here versus the F1, and they got to keep the trophies.
Yeah.
The racers did.
And there might be Amy Schultz a set of these coming. I don't know that they would do vacuum sealed gold spray or
probably not.
Chrome. Yeah.
So they might just do their pearl gold bullshit. But I think with their partnership with F1, they might make something happen close to this. They'd be dumb not to.
Yeah. They would.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Their partnerships have been really off the charts and smart.
Very smart.
If you lived through 99 to 2001 and the word Galador triggers you, then you know what I'm talking about. With like making bad IP decisions.
Yeah.
No, but this year they're
really
swallowing up
partnership.
everything.
Yeah.
They're swallowing every IP possible. Like Pokemon's coming.
Which is great.
Godzilla.
Star Trek.
We've got Goonies coming in the
Goonies
future.
are too. Yeah, right.
Yeah, Goonies is confirmed.
Pirates of the Caribbean coming back.
Yes. I think. Well, I don't know. Is it?
It is.
Oh, is it? Pretty sure.
I don't know. Maybe.
No, I don't know. Actually, I know. I'm only talking
there's
ideas.
a Black Pearl set we're
Gizmo.
almost 100% sure.
Gizmo's in there.
Gizmo's in there. Oh, Willy Wonka. Wonka.
Right.
Willy Wonka's supposed to be coming. What else do we have?
I don't know. And how do you feel about that? Are you all about the IPs or do you want some more classic stuff?
So I like the IPs like for nostalgia reasons. But like I don't know, when Lego does like I'm trying to think like the most recent one that I adored, that little book little library. It was like a gift with purchase, I think. It was an ideas library.
The Darwin one.
No.
No, it was like
My Passion Are Books.
My Passion Are Books. Like I love little sets
Books
like
are
that.
My Passion, something like
Books
that.
are
Yeah,
my
we
passion.
talked about that quite a bit on here. And I was very surprised by how many people wanted that.
I like it.
Yeah,
because
a
you
lot
can
of people
customize it. Because you can customize it. Because think about it, if you're new to mocking, you can like make it your own. And I think that's the gateway into
100%.
mock building is like
You're not
taking
wrong.
something and you're like, how can I make this my own?
Yeah.
So
because that's what I did with that AT-AT with like the
with the
decommissioned AT-AT was like, I was like, how can I make this less gray? So
all right, so Nicole, apparently I did a really bad job at introducing you to Algoff, who we adore.
Yeah.
So who is our guest exactly? What does she do in the world of bricks? Just so I know.
Nothing,
so give us,
man. I do nothing.
Give us your on paper. So she's an RLFM influencer. She has you're mostly on Instagram.
Instagram, yeah.
And so you do you do mock building, you do other influencing thing. You were initially a channel member on, I'm sorry, a panelist, a co-host on ACOB, and then RLFM picked you up, and you've really kind of blown things up from there.
I'm basically like a walking advert for Lego, if that makes sense. like they send me things and then I give my opinions on them, and sometimes people agree, sometimes they disagree, but that's pretty much the glorified thing.
I think for you, I would say you're one of the people who's in RLFM who's made inroads with more of the original mock builders, because you're personable, because you care about the community, and not to say that all the others don't necessarily, they just might not have the social skills to do so. And you've done very well at getting to know people and kind of like ingratiating yourself to the community that was there, and like making yourself a part of it just by being a person who is good at building bridges and like making relationships. Maybe
that makes me like a bit emotional. Thanks. That actually
You're welcome.
makes me. No, I think it's all about like listening, if that makes sense. Like if you could just, if I could offer one piece of advice on like how to like make connections, is just maybe shut up and just listen, because like sometimes it's not like, I do not like talking about myself because it just, I'm nobody. I just appreciate the hobby, but like I think I told you about the hot tub at Brickworld where I was did I tell you about the hot tub?
Maybe.
This is a quick story.
Remind me.
Last year at Brickworld, I went into the hot tub, and I went into the pool area, and there's this one guy sitting by himself in the hot tub, and I was like, oh, that's a spatial issue. I don't want to like bother him. But I was like, whatever, I'll get in with him. And so I get in, and he's like, what are you here for? I said, I'm here for the Lego convention. What are you here for? And he said, oh, me too. And I said, oh, like, is this your first year? He's like, no, I've been coming to this for years. And I said, oh, has it changed? And he's like, yeah. He's like, it's those damn influencers. They ruin everything. And I was like, oh yeah, they really do. He goes, yeah, they really do. I'm like, yeah, they have a whole corner and everything. I'm like, geez. And so he's like, he starts talking, and then I was like, oh, did you bring a build? He's like, yeah. He's like, how about you? I said, oh yeah. He's like, what was your build? I said, oh, it's a reimagined Star Wars build. And he's like, I hate Star Wars. And I was like, oh,
who is this person?
I was like, oh, that's cool. And I was like, he's like, I'm a train guy. And I'm like, yeah, that pans out. And anyways, we got into this like really great conversation. And then at the end of the conversation, he's like, oh, so like, what do you do? And I was like, oh, I'm actually like an influencer, which I never use that word because I hate that word. But anyway, and then he just completely floored himself. And then he came over later, and he's like, that was the first time like one of you actually has like sat down and like listened to me instead of just like bulldozed over and taken a picture of like my thing. And he's like, every interaction I've had has been really bad, but he's like, here you were in the dude soup with me. Like, basically.
In the dude soup.
I was in the dude soup. And mind you, with like
hot tub.
It was the hot tub. It was a dude soup. So
dude soup is going to become one of the Mad Lib prompts. Sorry,
dude soup. But what I do is, like,
in the bad way.
I don't know, if you can like self-deprecate a little bit, you'll make a lot of friends.
100%. Yes, that is the philosophy of my life.
Yeah,
is self-deprecation. That's how I've ingratiated myself into every group I've ever been a part of.
Yeah, I think that's how we became friends.
Secret. I probably. This is Nicole's build, her decommissioned AT-AT. This is not the best picture of it, but it's the only one I have from last year.
Now that I've like taken time, like I see so much wrong with it, but I was proud of myself because that was like the first like big thing I ever did. But now I look at it, I'm like, oh, it's just a modified set, which is okay, but that's what I was talking about with mock building. It's like, if you can like,
gotta start somewhere.
You gotta start somewhere.
Brick Dad Build says dude soup coming to Brickworld Crossing on Wednesday evening.
It's a dude soup, yeah. But no, I was proud of it. She She went to a lot of shows. She did really well. And I
Yeah.
met a lot of people through it. And you get a sense of pride. And I think that's one thing like a lot of us Instagram influencers don't do is we don't build and like show, which is okay. Everyone can hobby differently. But I feel like once you experience like building something for yourself, it's a very fulfilling feeling. Like you get like a deeper sense of like fulfillment because you're, you know, contributing to you know, something. And it's
and
nice.
There's a lot of modifiers in the community, like Brick Dad builds, and Liam Brick the Bed says it still looks amazing, and it's like kind of the gateway to mocking. It's like once you modify and modify and modify, you're like, wait, I've got an original idea that I don't have a set to modify for, so I'm gonna build from scratch. And that's one of the hardest things for creative people is the blank page. That's why ChatGPT is taking off, because people are afraid of the blank page. So they're like, create me the structure. Whenever I make lyrics for a song, I ask ChatGPT to like in 250 characters, write me a 30-second song that's about this. And it's always crap. But at least then I have a structure. I'm like, I'll change this word. I'll change it. Let me change the entire thing. Actually, I should read your Brickworld Master lyrics because our ChatGPT knows us. Nicole, I asked ChatGPT to watch all of our episodes.
Oh my God.
It came back with a knowledge about us.
It's got an attitude.
That's scary, actually.
Oh my God. Yeah, it trolls me. I'm like, okay, you know a lot about Ben.
Oh, that's terrifying.
It is. And so like but I still don't use anything it gives me for original creation, unless, like you said, I'm telling a story and just need something to like fill in the blank that I can't create quickly. What was my point? Sorry, I wanted to get back to it's like that. It's like if you need something like fill in the blanks, take a set that you want to modify into even just into a setting. Like this isn't even just into a setting. Like this is telling a story.
Yeah.
Because no one's going to pose it like this, and no one would imagine that you could or should pose it like this.
Yeah.
And then you put it in a different setting, a different sort of environment than you would ever imagine this set being in. And it got a lot of tokens. Like people appreciated it.
And honestly, like I think the tokens were like the biggest compliment of anything. I still have every token that I ever got with that set. Every single one. And it's like it's in a huge bin over there, every single one. And I was like shocked. Yeah. I think one of them, I think it was like maybe even last year, it got like 60 something tokens, which was stupid. I was like, how? But that's the thing. And that goes like to the bigger picture. You can do whatever, like, you know, whatever you set your mind to, as long as you have like some sort of like belief in yourself, you can do it. As lame as that sounds, like I was telling you, the keynote thing, like I've never done a keynote.
Yeah, you have.
Well, I know, but like before that,
I see what you mean. Sorry,
it went well. Like you'd never done one, it went well. From what I heard, I can't wait to see it. But
can't wait to put it together so that you guys can see it.
Yeah,
the two of you.
I need to load mine up too. But but yeah, like it's, you know, if you can like just find a deeper appreciation for the hobby, it can be very fulfilling.
A couple comments here I want to bring up because this is what we're talking about. Brickworld says, even if you do a better version, people still assume it's a set. And sometimes I do that, especially with Star Wars. I'll be like, oh, it's a snow speeder. That's probably, or the Republic gun. People do mocks of Republic gunship all the time. I'm like, oh, that's probably one of the sets, and they modified it and they put it in the setting. And it's not always the case, and I should not do that. Al Goff says, I can build the shit out of furniture, but doing modifications I struggle with. So it's interesting to see that different perspective, that like some people like find modifications as a gateway, and other people are like, I'd like to modify something, but like my whole thing is original creation.
Yeah.
And Brickworld, Brick Dad build says Star Wars equals tokens. Also, that was something I wanted to tell you as well. 2024 was a bigger year for tokens, where I saw like on displays there were like seas of tokens, and this year they were like, people held them back a little bit and like gave them out more sparingly.
I was the same too.
Yeah.
I was the same, but I'm excited for my tokens for next year. I'm really excited for.
You should
see.
I'm
doing chrome mini dolls to like the top women, to the top to the top women builders, and then for the guys, I'm doing something like kind of crazy too. But
Nice.
because I want to do something
Do
like
that.
special, you know, like
Yes, please. I love that
nice,
idea.
'cause tokens are fun. Like they're really fun.
100%. I love that that's your focus, because I really want to encourage as many, as much. I want to encourage as much DEI as possible.
Yeah,
I'm not
same.
afraid to fucking say it.
Same.
Brickworld is all about DEI, and we
Mhm.
always will be, no matter what happens. Brick That Build says, my MOCs and mods are often mistaken for sets. You should see his stuff. So he builds a giant Harry Potter castle that's like all he has it stacked. He has moving staircases. He's all these additions, and it looks like a bunch of sets have been stacked on top of each other. But it's only like, at this point, I think like 10% sets, maybe 15% like actual sets, like built into the thing. He modifies it all and then built an entire castle shell around it. Not let alone the rock setting that it sits on and the lake. And kids love it. Like, it's very engaging for like people of all ages. Contra Bricks Build Craze says, "Hi, Mark.
Hello.
Nicole, just Sean you S Live." Yeah, that makes sense. Tom Bagola says, I didn't get a lot. Thomas Bagola says, I didn't get a lot, but was happy with the ones I did, being my first display. Brick Orphan says, seemed like the tokens were more this year. Seemed less to me when I went around.
I don't know.
It seemed more to you as well? Okay, never mind.
I don't know.
I guess my perspective was way different.
That's okay.
Oh,
whatever
one other
perspective you
thing.
want, man.
Oh, what,
Yeah.
can I say one other thing? Sorry.
No, you cannot. Of course you can.
I disrupted you. But
No.
One thing that I learned too is like your MOCs don't have to be huge to be appreciated, because there were a ton of. I know that it's easier to see the bigger builds because they're very overbearing, but I often find that the bigger builds I kind of ignore now.
Yeah.
Because they're just too much. And so like you don't have to build like a 20-foot tall castle to be appreciated. They can be a lot smaller than that. They can be little micro builds.
Ben, what's your advice for how to win best medieval display?
Yeah,
Build a
I want.
castle. That's
There you
100%
go.
the truth.
Really?
Yes, make a castle adjacent, because if it's just a big gray wall,
yeah,
it won't do well at the show. It'll do fine online. People will love it online. At the show, the other builders, though, will gravitate towards something that's a little different.
Yeah. I know. That's why I liked your build. It wasn't just like a wall.
It's true, it wasn't. Well, and so it was like, I had 4 castle things on there. I was like, well, this is the one that I think
The dragon was yours too, right?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
I like that one too. Yeah. Like there was a tiny Wizard of Oz set. It was tiny. It was maybe like, I wouldn't say more than a foot. And it was packed. Like I mean like kill. And it was crazy to look at. But then you can also, it's the big areas you can also appreciate too. Like there was the corner with all like the Lego collectibles where she even built the shelves. That was cool.
Yeah.
Because I walked by and I was like, oh, what is this? And then I walked by it a third time and I was like, wait, I missed something here.
Ben, is she talking about Lisa's? Yeah, Elisa
Yeah.
Kirkpatrick. Yeah, that was amazing. That was amazing.
So cool.
With Ollie the dragon sitting in the art
With
chair
Ollie
with the
the
easel.
dragon.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. That was very good. Alphonse wants us to define bigger builds.
I don't know, like builds that take up like 20 tables. Like,
Thank you, Amy Schultz. Hi, Mark and Nicole. Just seeing you are live now. I'm from Australia. And Ben's here too, sir. But thanks for joining us tonight.
Yeah, Ben.
Joellen Child says, I think people were more thoughtful about tokens because of the discussion before and the reference in the program assignments article. Good point. Brick Deb, it's like me pointing out a tree to Ben next to a big aquarium build. The castle split the vote, just like when there were 4 black locomotives for best train.
Yep.
Wizard of Oz over in the Tips and Bricks corner.
Yeah,
Was that the one you're talking? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's the exactly
Couch
one.
says, hi, Amy. Yes, damn phone changed my words once I sent it. I just hope people. Yep, we get what you're saying.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. Well, so speaking of all that, we did have another topic, which was 5 forgotten MOCs. And the F for forgotten wasn't really because they were forgotten so much as we just haven't gotten to them yet. And so I will show you 5 things from Brickworld that the 3 of us can talk about. That
do it.
Yeah, and here's the first thing.
Oh,
that was so cool. Yeah.
Brian Hurt from Lolug built this
so
and
you
won
look
for best special effects, best tech
motion,
movement,
maybe?
best movement. Yeah.
I don't know, but the whole
That
thing
was so
about this
cool.
is you look at it here, you don't get the appreciation. So this big shutter here, the big black shutter, moved over the mock, and as it did, it looked like the hummingbird's wings were flapping.
Oh, I have a video of this
It
somewhere.
was the most insane thing that I had seen there in a while.
Yeah.
And it just, like, from here, you just kind of look at it and it doesn't look like anything. When it was in motion, it was crazy. And there's lots of great work you can see here, even when it's not moving. Lots of good design and like the coloration of the flowers and all that stuff. But yeah, this was really special when it was in motion.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's one of those things where if you didn't know, then you were kind of like, what is this? But as soon as you saw it go, it was crazy. Here you'll see it was out of order when I took this picture. So that was the best. You can see all the parts removed because he was trying to fix it. But I did get to see it in actual motion once, and it was ridiculous.
He walked me over to show it to him. He's just like, "Do you have a minute?" And I was like, "What do you need?" He's like, "I just want to show you my stuff and have a conversation for once." And I was like, "I can actually do that this year."
Yeah, Mark, you were more relaxed this year. You had more
So
time.
much more.
You had more time for things. Like every time I saw you, you were way more chill.
Yes, I 100% agree with you there.
You can see the tokens here, including a giant 3D printed brick separator.
Yeah, the 3D
Also a
printed
bottle
tokens
opener.
were awesome. A bottle opener.
It is. It's also a bottle opener. I know who made those.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Here's the second thing. Now, tiny, but I absolutely love this because it's using Bionicle pieces for the tree trunk.
Oh.
And they just worked so well for the shaping of the trunk. So we got like the shin guard piece and this other like arm piece in here. It makes a shape that I wasn't expecting, but it's absolutely perfect for a tree like this. So even though it's tiny, this happened to be behind the Atlantis build.
Okay.
Hopefully you wouldn't miss that because Atlantis build was straight fire.
I think I missed it because of the Atlantis build, maybe.
Yeah, sitting right behind there were these trees with the nice part usages on the trunks. So I think that's kind of one of the things I'm trying to do a lot more of now is get my trees to look more organic. But this just blew me out of the water with the shapes of the bottom of the trees here.
Yeah.
So that was really cool. Next up, we talked about this because you showed the spaceship next to this.
Yeah.
And then I had mentioned this little thing next to it that's like it was like a tiny excavator walker thing here. Absolutely love the colors. This also wasn't gigantic, but it was just so well executed. You can see the little mini diggers here too. So it was a really cool micro build with the little tiny excavators and then the giant crawling one here.
Yeah.
I love the cat tails as the scoops.
Yeah.
And the shaping that was done to like show where he had carved with the excavator down the side of the cliff here. So this one I really liked, and he also had that cool spaceship. So I'm definitely going to try to talk to this guy more next year. And then little now here's a big thing. I don't know why I loved this War of the Worlds walker so much. I think it's just the lights were really cool in World of Lights because they were different shades going across the back. But just the organic shaping, I always struggle with the mechanical that looks organic type design. And this was done really well. I'm guessing some of these little trucks down here, actually, in fact, I know some of these are just little sets to fill in kind of the void for the big old War of the Worlds walker. But I thought this was really cool looking.
Yeah.
Let's see here. And then I had one more. Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
So this is Marco's.
Oh my God, this was amazing.
It was.
Marco is from from the Netherlands. And he's kind of done this style now for a little while. It's sort of Ninjago City meets Castle, specifically Guilds of Historica from Eurobricks, if you've been on it. And I can see some of Marco's styling in here. This particular one in the middle that kind of looks like a Viking building is definitely like his style. But then he kind of expanded it out to this entire block, and he flew all this stuff in from the Netherlands. And I helped him unpack some of this. There was also he had some engines, some motors in here that like made guys come out and go in. And he had a little controller that people could push the buttons on to make stuff come in and out. You can see, if you wanted to know where this was, you can see my build back here, the Ice Planet PC back here, and then you can see the Stratsma's builds over here on this other side. So that's where it was. So right next to me, I got to talk to Marco quite a bit this year. And then you can see right in the middle back here, you can see Tim's Wizard Oz build.
The Wicked builds, yeah. It was very cool at night. The fact that all that moved was crazy.
It was crazy.
Yeah, so I took more than just these 5, but when I was scrolling through my pictures saying, well, what 5 things do I think I really want to talk about? These were the 5 things. And you'll notice a couple of big things, a couple of really small things. It really depends. Sometimes it's, you get the inspiration from the smallest things. At least that's what I found at Brickworld. I usually, like Nicole, I see the big things, and sometimes I say, that's crazy, that's a lot of work.
Yeah.
But the things I get inspired by are usually the smaller original things.
Yeah, same.
So those are my 5 things. What about you, Mark? You got something up?
Yeah, go ahead and take yours down. I'll put mine up.
30 minutes talking with Marco on his build. Well, that's good. Glad you got some time. And he also says all of them have interiors too. Yeah, he's, for whatever reason, even though he almost never gets to show people the interiors, he puts interiors on all of his builds. So
I did a little research in the meantime before I get to my 5 builds from Brickworld. These are the challenges. This is only week 2, so hopefully they'll continue going with this, and hopefully week 3 is starting tomorrow. And these are some of the amazing builds that we've done with the dungeon crossing theme challenges on Brothers Brick. So if you go to Brothers Brick and you search in their toolbar for dungeon crossing, you'll see some of these amazing entries into these contests and the winners from both weeks so far, and hopefully they'll have a 3rd challenge coming up soon. This is the winner of challenge. This is the challenge winner of week 1, which I do love. Yes, the feet are amazing on that.
Yeah.
And this is of course Cap'n. If you're a fan of the game, let's get to these. This is again Mark M, who I talked about last week, but this was a smaller build that he did. Funny, grabbed a smaller one. Just again, he did a little bit of plaster work on there. He did a little, again, I'm going to say it, transcendent. I don't know where this lighthouse is, but it's fun. It's inspiring to me to be able to build that much detail in that small of a space, because I build very detailed stuff, but I can't do it in small spaces. I have to expand and expand and expand to get all the detail in that I want. So looking at someone who's able to create this type of shape in such a small space is very inspiring to me. Love the use of these this T-arch piece on the slope curves here to build this whatever these crenellations that hold up the walkway around the lighthouse tower. This is, I forget the builder's name. Damn it, I didn't bring these up.
Yeah,
I know
was
it.
Cool.
It reminded me not only of being a kid and having this exact Tonka truck, but then it reminded me of your construction twucks.
Construction twucks
that you built with Miles.
Yeah.
So Nicole, he built an entire series of like construction twucks with Miles when Miles was like 5. And Miles would tell him like,
may have been a little younger than that, but yeah.
Yeah. It told him like what sort of builds he wanted to see, like what sort of construction trucks he wanted to see, and Ben built them and had like the letter for the truck behind it, so like there would be a big D behind this one for the dump truck.
Yeah,
like it was really cute, and it reminded me of that, and I was happy to see this sort of style celebrated. There were other ones that he had, but I think this one is the one that spoke to me because of the Tonka, because I held this in my hands when I was a kid. Really like that. God, I wish I could remember his name. This is
I remember
Illusions.
That cool.
If you walked around this, and we did all this in graphic design school, and to see it meticulously represented in Lego Brick, I was like, oh, that takes some time. Like that is this is a very meticulous build. And it's very fun if you are into this sort of thing and into what your eyes do with certain shapes in certain places. Just a blast. I spent a good 5 minutes like walking back and forth to see how it changed when I was looking at it from different perspectives. Really spoke to me. I wouldn't want to do this myself, but I was really happy to see somebody do it. And then do I only have 4? 1, 2, 3. No, that was my third. Fourth was this. This looks like
Meredith.
What is her name?
Meredith, Pink Wheels.
Meredith. It's Pink Wheels. She was in the chat
Pink
tonight.
Wheels.
This is
amazing.
Fucking beautiful. And it looked particularly amazing during World of Lights. And I took many pictures of it, but I didn't have my tripod, so none of them were in focus. Just the roofs alone with the garage door pieces and kind of like the same similar sort of method that I used with the dark tan pieces. I was like, yay. She did it right, where mine was kind of sloppy. But this door here with the antennas and the bars and all, like, I was just like, how did she even do that? I thought
don't know.
This was really amazing. It made my heart patter.
I think maybe the best compliment I can give this one is because of the style and the location of it. When I first walked past it, I thought it was Cecilia's. And then I came back and saw that it wasn't. And I thought, that's great.
Same.
Because Cecilia Fritzhold, really does a lot of this Japanese style build. She's really into it. And she's done some of this like mini land scale bits as well. So this was over in the Orphan Lug area, kind of in that same spot, but it was on the opposite side. So it was a different builder. And when I went back and looked at it, I was like, that's really well done. I took some pictures of this one as well.
And as someone who worked for Legoland and built a lot of mini land figures, these are off the hook for the amount of detail that she got in, like, just like the poses alone, let alone this, like, these amazing, the clothing that they're wearing. There we go.
Monos.
Yes, thank you. I was like, the what? Yeah, thank you. Really love this. Spent a lot of time with this, and I don't have a lot of time there.
No.
And then lastly, I think this is one of the ones that we were just talking about. Like, people tend to run past like the bigger things nowadays, and like, I think this might have even gotten. It did get nominated. It did get a nomination for largest building. And I think I was worried about this one not getting one because I think some of the large buildings that tend to look like just like Nick Kramer, thank you for the Tonka truck, tend to look like just big boxes to people, even the judges. And so they pass them up for things that are more detailed. But if you like, this looks at first like it's just a box, but the closer you look at it, like the amount of detail put into here, the spacing of these bricks on the first level, like the crenellations with the gold pieces on the second level, the frieze at the top on the third story, the nice way that statues were, the statuary was tackled throughout, let alone the way the detail from the actual top of this building was represented. I would make this flat gray on the top, like maybe put those domes in there because people would want to, but all of the air conditioners, the light, the sunlight, what are those called? Skylights. Thank you. We're put in I just thought this was a labor of love for this actual building. It's so accurate. It's so ludicrously accurate. I was really inspired that someone put this much amount of time. Again, I'm going to cite my work for Legoland, putting this sort of time and effort into a recreation and having that limitation of like what Lego bricks are available. This is an amazing job at a historical representation of an existing building. And it brought me back to my Legoland days.
So we were talking about these here. Here are I got to remove Mark here.
Yep, I'll take myself out. Sorry. You got it.
Here are the construction twats.
Construction twats.
Are all those yours?
Yeah. So we did these.
So cool.
I don't remember the year.
They were so cute.
On the photo. It
was like 2013, 2014.
2015 is when I took
2015.
the
Okay.
So at the time, Lego wasn't doing. They did plenty of construction trucks, but they were very juniorized.
Yeah.
And so these were sort of the big kid versions. They weren't necessarily the most stable, but my son just loved. He knew all of the names of the construction trucks, and he'd point them out. And it was alarming to me how many construction trucks there are out in the world, because you don't notice that you like drive by them and that you don't think anything of it.
Right.
There are excavators all over the place. He called these, we learned they were skid steer loaders. He called them cat machines. So we learned a whole bunch of names. Lego has now, last couple years, started doing sort of a more substantial version of some of these construction trucks. And they have like an elephant logo on them. So they did an excavator, and then in August, big bulldozer's coming out. And because of that, I've absolutely loved where Lego's going with these new ones because of my fondness for doing these for my son, not really with my son. So these were the ones I did. We had an excavator, skid steer loader, a dump truck, a construction crane, a front loader, a telehandler, a forklift, and a backhoe.
Yeah.
So those were the ones that we did.
It was awesome. You had them with letters though too when you presented them. They had like bases and letters.
I still have them.
Yeah.
But yeah, they spelled Project M for my son Miles.
That was awesome.
Oh,
and
that's
this is
so cool.
These are still around,
Yeah.
but now that Lego's doing something kind of similar to this, it'd be kind of fun to compare some of the new techniques and some of the stuff they did to these. And I think these would be easy to overlook to anyone who didn't really know that, like, the Lego construction sets were like not nearly as, vibrant. These were still kind of in the same scale of those, but they were much more complicated, I guess.
Especially for the public. Contra Bricks Build Craze says they are amazing, Ben. Fire with 2.
Like, these are crazy now.
Yes.
That's the
They're
tech one. Yeah.
certainly getting there.
Yeah, the Technic. They're crazy.
Yeah, so the ones they have now are these. Let's see if we can find that one. So they have an excavator that's really cool. And then they have this bulldozer that's coming out in the city line. August 1st, it's coming out. There it is. And some people have called this thing the Killdozer.
Yes.
But there it is, the new kind of
That's
kind of
so
look.
cool.
So like normally I'm not into city construction stuff because they just weren't well done. But this thing is just
awesome.
such a beast. And it's just like the construction trucks. It's same scale, but far more detail, far more advanced technique. I love that Lego's doing these.
Yeah.
So they've kind of had 3 that have come out. They did a big mobile crane, an excavator, and now they're doing this bulldozer. So I hope they finish the rest of the ones from the line that I did too.
100%.
So they're very cool.
Clearly looking at what you built.
I doubt that.
I think Brickdad Built is talking about the building I brought up. He said, I was looking at this as it was assembled. It's insane. The binder of assembly sheets for putting it all together. That was mind blowing alone. And the builder's name is Gordon Grajuric, I believe. So Ben, since we're past hour 4 now, we tried to make this a 3-hour live stream and it just hasn't been happening lately. Oh, yikes. Should we pickle and get the fuck out of here?
Maybe.
Yeah.
So I see that Nicole had some pictures up, so
I can skip or I can roll past them really quick.
Roll past them real quick. Let's do that.
Roll past
I'd rather
them
skip pickle than stop you from sharing.
Now
the
I
stuff
don't
that you
know
like
if
from
you've
Brickworld.
already covered these previously, but
fair game.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. How do I just like click? Can I just click? Oh,
you can bring them up.
Okay. So this one, it's hard to see, but this one was like about imagination. And like, so in that corner on the bottom right, you have someone reading a book. And then this was supposed to depict their imagination kind of like flowing out, which I thought was really cool.
That's very cute.
All right. Next one. I like the weird stuff. I love
this one.
This one
was hilarious.
It was so good. I think it was like Dungeons and Humans or something.
It was something called like spending my awkward teenage years playing humans and houses instead of
Humans and Houses. So good. All right, next one.
Okay, sorry.
It's the dragons playing humans. And houses.
These ones were really cool. Like
Death Cat Mushroom. Sorry.
I have that one, but I was like, oh yeah, there's a mushroom. Well, I had a mushroom person too because they did like a mushroom. Anyways, these were really. I just thought that these were really cool. There were like 5 of them, if not more, of these little like characters.
A flog with a mushroom hat over there.
Yep, that was cool. The flog. All right, next one. What's next? This one was in the Enchanted
cute.
Forest, and I think she's like
Oh, yeah.
17 or something. But
Nice.
she made these, like, I don't know how this thing was balanced at all. But
Yeah.
it was kind of like elves themed, but the plant work was really incredible. And in the back, she had like a mermaid cove, which was super
Like the entire
cool.
waterfall hanging around like almost a floating island is very much my
Insane.
style. I
Yeah.
love it.
I love it. And I love the colors. Like, I love anything with colors.
And the update of the Friends Dragon there in the front, you could tell that's a modification, like a major modification to a
Major,
Friends Dragon. Yeah.
It's
very
Those
nice.
are I think those wings
The
are
elves.
from the Vikings line.
From the Viking line.
So
Yeah.
you got Viking wings on a Friends Dragon.
So let's be clear. I think the only thing on there that's Friends or like elves is the skull.
The head on the dragon.
Everything else
Yeah.
is an original. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Really, really cool. And then the last one was
Yes.
I had to. I thought it was really funny. It made me laugh. This one and the seagull with the garbage made me laugh. So
yeah,
those
This
are
one, this one in this style kind of Simon Liu's been doing something kind of like this where he takes like a cute animal and puts it in a death mech.
Yep.
This one's kind of to the extreme with that big space cat with the
Yep.
giant blast.
missile launchers. Yeah.
Yeah. I just thought it was really, really cool.
I
All right.
love that.
Those are my 5 quickly.
Good 5.
The
All
weird
right,
stuff.
so we said Fickle Pickle, our close call. Got 3, but a couple of them can be pretty fast here. Here's the first thing. My younger sister, she told me she's never been to Chipotle. That's weird, right?
Yeah.
And here's part of the reason I asked this. She lives in an area that has them. She does like Mexican food, and my brother works at a Chipotle.
Yeah,
Those are
that's
3
weird.
things I would say. Haven't you ever been to a Chipotle? She says, no, I've never been. That's weird, right?
That is
The
cool.
2 answers are duh, and yeah. So,
Yeah, duh.
I so Chipotle for me, I've definitely been to, but not my
I don't
favorite.
think you have to love it, but you've at least been to one.
Yeah,
I
I
don't love
lived next to
Chipotle.
one for a long time.
Yeah, I don't love Chipotle, but I've been to one. I feel like it's like if you haven't been to a Taco Bell.
Right.
Yeah.
Which
it
is
doesn't have to be
that's
your
definitely
favorite.
insane.
It's definitely insane.
If
Like
you've
that,
never
I
been to a
would be
Taco
like-
Bell, walk your way out of my life.
I'm
right
like, you're a
now.
skinwalker if you've never been to a Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Sorry if I said that word. It's cursed,
You're
but it's
not
dark.
a real human.
Yeah,
I've never gone. I've been to a Qdoba. So why haven't you gone to Chipotle?
that's weird. It's weird.
Qdoba is much more rare than Chipotle.
It
No
is.
kidding. They're
That's like
everywhere.
saying you've been to Quiznos, but you've never been to Subway. It's like,
Right,
what are you doing?
Yeah. Who are you, right?
Yeah.
What generation are you? Maybe is the question.
Like,
Yeah.
how's this a thing that you've never set foot in a Chipotle?
Yeah, like I've been to Blockbuster, but I've never been to Target. Like what?
Oh, that was Bernara's. That was Bernara's Island.
Yeah, it was Bernara's. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay, sorry, I missed that.
She knows. I've like bowed at her feet, told her a million times how nice
So
it was.
Simon doesn't just do frogs; he did the Duplo bunny in a death mech a few years ago, and it was freaking amazing.
Yeah, he doesn't just do frogs. That's indeed true. Yeah, the bunny. He also did teddy bears versus
That's
something.
right.
So he's done a few of those kind of goofy things. It's definitely kind of his style is whimsical plus death mech.
Elgoth has
love
only
it.
gone twice, and that's only because that's where the group went.
Hey, at least you've gone
you go.
twice.
But you've been there.
You've been there.
Yeah.
My sister never once.
You went with a group. Her brother works for one.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
right. Works for one.
Quiznos
tell
is
you.
better than Subway. Is Qdoba better than Chipotle? Yes.
Yes.
However, have you
Uh-huh.
been to one is the question. That's not
Yeah.
the game, kids.
Yeah.
Never been to a what? Brick Dad builds. You grew up in like in this region, so he lives near me. We have paid for less than this. You've never been to it. You've never had a blizzard in your life,
Yeah, what's wrong with
dude.
you?
All right, we're killing
Who
this.
are you?
Just because of that, we're killing this poll right now.
Who are
No wins with 67%. She's not weird,
What?
according to the chat, with 6 votes.
But you said yes and no. I said I'm done. Yeah, but okay.
Yeah, well, we don't have a lot of time. We're
That's
over
fair
4 hours here at this point.
That's
What's your
fair.
next one?
Okay, next
Next
one.
Fickle Pickle.
Eating competition.
Oh my God, Joey freaking Chestnut.
Somehow I'm into them, or no.
It's like a
So this
train
is
wreck.
the-
I have
this is
to
the
look.
Female winner of the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. I have
Gosh,
no
they
idea what
eat
her
a
name
lot.
is.
Oh yeah,
Here
she just
is.
downed those.
Did she eat 33? Is that the number over here for her?
God, what do you poop, man?
I don't know, dude. Freaking Joey Chestnut ate
He
over
won
60.
again. Yeah.
Yes, because he's back in now. So I'm getting Caitlin Clark and Joey Chestnut news again. It must be a summer thing.
I'm getting Sophie Cunningham news, but it's
Yeah.
all Caitlin Clark adjacent.
They're all trashing her for like
I don't know.
Everything.
What does it matter?
Right. Women in sports. Let's make it all about drama.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, it's Nicole says that she can't look away. I've seen one, and like I was like, really? When they dunk it in the water so it slides down,
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I can't. Like,
I've never seen it happen, but I've heard it described, and that alone just like triggers my gag reflex. Okay?
Like I couldn't watch it in
soggy, so it
person.
doesn't dry your mouth out, and I'm just like,
Yeah, no. I couldn't.
Oh,
watch it in
thank God.
person.
You guys, thank God he was kidding.
Oh.
He has been to a Dairy Queen. Fuck. Don't do that to us.
Oof, you're back in. But it was close.
Not sure how to answer this. Does a cruise ship count as an eating competition?
Maybe.
I love Brick Orphanage.
Maybe.
Oh, that's so
Hard
funny.
to say. Brick Orphanage, I hope you got my message. She sent me, an invite for the collab, and I apparently clicked it too late. So I was like, no, you can't join the Discord collab for this.
Amy Schultz, I don't even want to tell you. I
They
do
don't
not
do
even want to
hot
answer
cakes.
this.
They have to eat
No.
it with the bun, but they pre-lubricate the buns so they like don't dry their mouth out. It is
Oh, God.
disgusting. It's like
God.
half disintegrated when they put it in.
And they train for this.
Train. Oh God,
Everyone's an athlete.
We all do, because right now, with only 6 seconds left to go, No is winning at 100%.
All right. I sent you another invite a few days ago. Still a 7-day expiration on it. Uh-oh.
It may never happen.
I got 3 days to get back to it. Is Millie Bobby Brown in my search history? Yes or no? The answer is no. And I haven't been fed a Millie Bobby Brown in a while.
But you
Now
just
I'm
said her
doing
name,
Scarlett-
so now it's going to be all back in.
Oh yeah, they
Now
heard
it's
you.
all Scarlett Johansson until the Jurassic Park movie comes out. And someone else. Who was the other one I keep seeing? ScarJo and I don't remember the other one. Sydney Sweeney, because she danced with Tom Brady at a wedding or something. I don't know.
Yeah, if you eat 90 hot dogs in 10 minutes, you're not chewing them.
You are not. No.
So 9 hot dogs a minute? Is my math right? All right.
And Joey, like looking at the picture of Joey Chestnut after he won, I'm
Joey.
just like, ugh.
Like, blah.
Ugh.
So Ben, last Fickle Pickle.
Yeah, here it is. So that was 100% no.
Yes.
So the only yes to
With
any of
7
that
votes.
was Nicole.
Oh.
All right, last question.
Yeah.
Adult learns you're an AFOL. You show them a picture of your Lego. More annoying first comment. I had that when I was a kid. No, you fucking didn't. Or, oh, person X that you don't know and is likely a child is into Legos. Which one annoys you more?
The second one.
Yeah.
The second one.
Yeah, I mean, these are, this is what you hear. It's like,
It's
oh,
all the
your
time.
dad says you
1000%.
won an award at Brickworld. Can I see a picture of something you brought? Oh, here's something.
Ben,
oh,
have
I
you
had
had-
that set when I was a kid. Oh, you did. Okay.
Have you had this experience? When I won Brickworld Master, I was very happy at Brickworld.
Yeah.
Or talking about it with other AFOLs. But when Matt tried to tell our friends about it, or
You're like, I don't
specifically
wanna talk about it.
his friends,
Yeah.
like, so Mark won Brickworld Master, and he'd have to explain it's a prestigious award. It's like the Lifetime Achievement Award. It's like an Oscar. I was like, I did win it. Like, what are they supposed to say? It's not a
Yeah.
fun story to someone who has zero idea what any of it means.
Yeah.
Well, kind of. So my stepmother, when I was at their house, said, "What did you build to win the award?" And I'm like, I don't want to explain this to you now. Like, it wasn't one thing. So I'm like,
Right.
I don't know.
Well, now you can play her the song. Brick Built Lab says, is it just because they said Legos? No, it's a little from column A. They
It's
just
kind
bring
of
up some random person who's into it. And they
Yeah.
also said Legos. It's kind of like, it's 10% that they said Legos. It's 90% they're like, oh, I have a brother who lives in in our mom's basement that is into Legos too. That's
Mhm.
sort of like, oh, I know someone who's into Legos.
Yeah.
Well, for me,
my oncologist's friend is into Lego. Who the fuck is that? I don't know.
For me, I go and I'm like, well, it's brickworld.com. Here's my Instagram. You tell them to follow it. You tell them to buy a fucking ticket and tell them it's Father's Day weekend every year.
And tell them to buy the ticket late so they pay $200.
Pay like Nicole, please.
Yeah. ChatGPT just definitely updated Ben's search suggestions. No, you didn't. It's an original.
Yeah. Oh, I had that when I was a kid. I'm like,
no.
Interesting.
Yeah, I like Matt carries the picture in his phone of the Cinderella castle I built for the Museum of Science and Industry. And people are like, every time, is that a kit? First of all, it would be called a set. They're not fucking kits, they're sets.
But that's
and no,
now everyone's calling them kits now.
But it is actually grammatically incorrect. A set is something that can be built into several different things. A kit is something that comes apart and goes back together one way.
Yeah.
Sorry. Off my soapbox there. So Person X is into Legos, wins at 85%.
All right. So we didn't have a close enough call today.
No, but they were all good questions and sparked a lot of conversation.
We did bring it back. That's
we
the
certainly did.
part. It took a little hiatus while we were getting ready for Brickworld. But now it's back.
Now it's back. We're back with close calls. So this is the show, man. This has been great.
What a crazy show, man.
Yeah.
I guess if you liked any part of the stream, maybe minus the first hour, you can like and subscribe.
The first half feels like a fever dream. I feel like it didn't happen.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean our banner game was a little more on point today than it has been.
I because it needed to be.
It needed to be.
We had nothing else going on for us today.
Your banner game, you were the one doing that. I was just kind of like, well, whatever happens, happens. I'm like, oh, we're all in at this point.
Hey, if we banned Jazzy Viking bricks, then we made the banners. All right.
Yeah. Hey, Ben.
Yeah.
When we banned Jazzy Viking bricks, or when we had a fever dream episode, would you call those mistakes?
You know, maybe it would feel like it to some, but it brought Jazzy closer to us.
It
sure
brought
did. Nicole back to the stream. We got 4 hours of hangout time today.
Yeah. Anybody who stomached tonight's stream can stomach any one of our streams.
Right. Yeah. That means those aren't mistakes. It's only happy accidents. So says our hero. So says our mentor. So says in minifig form this token I got at Brickworld Chicago 2025, Mr. Bob Ross.
All right. Love you all. Thanks for joining us tonight, and we'll see you Wednesday night at 11 p.m. for Brickworld Crossing, and next Sunday at 7 p.m. Central for Think Outside the Blocks. Thanks again for joining us. Good night.
Larry's castle stood so tall, we all sat in awe. Think Outside the Blocks gave a round of applause. Proud and inspired, Larry showed the grand hall. Physics took over, we all watched the grand fall. Bricks fail, crashing dreams to the ground. In that moment, silence was the only except for Mark screaming, no, 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 no. Troy was grabbing a beer, hey, what happened, bro?
Yes, I pulled a moto.
No, you didn't.
I did. Under the castle, so dragons live here, right?
Oh my god, yes.
Level 1 dungeons. We got kitchens. This is a double high. This is the grand hall.
No, 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 no.
Like the grand hall.
I believe everything happens for a reason, and maybe this reason is for you to rebuild it better, bigger and better.
Shut up, Troy. My castle just fell. There's only 6 weeks to go. I'm in 8-fold hell.